We're good?
Good anytime.
All right, good morning, everybody. We will get started here with the first thing on the agenda is the public hearing. So I will read the public hearing chair's address. This is a public hearing for proposed regional district of Okanagan-Smilkameen bylaw numbers 2683.06/2022 and 2457.34/2022. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review on the regional district's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their names and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the hearing. Actually, should be submitted before closure of the hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right side of your computer screen. This will indicate you wish to speak. If you are participating by phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of this public hearing. I will now ask Nikita Ketterpal, Planner 1, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. We have Nikita on. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So effective June 30th, 2024, all land use contracts in British Columbia will cease to exist, and local governments must have zoning in place for those properties by June 30th, 2022. So in order to do that, we are proposing an early termination of land use contract number 9D for the properties that I will show in the coming slides. So the subject of this rezoning proposal, as you can see, are the parcels that are outlined in red on this slide. And this is part of a phased termination, whereas phase 1 was completed in November 2019. And now this proposal, it affects 9 strata lots that are included, that are a part of one strata parcel. The strata parcel, the parent parcel measures 1.5 hectares in area, and all the parcels are classified as residential by BC assessment. So the OCP amendment that we're proposing is to change the designation of all these lots from small holdings to low density residential. And we're also proposing to terminate the land use contract and replace that with residential single family 2 zone in the electoral area I zoning bylaw. I would like to note that if these amendments are proposed, then these would be effective 1 year after adoption of the amendment bylaws. I would also like to note that any uses that were established on the property lawfully, and if they're not compliant with the proposed zone, then they would be considered legally non-conforming under the Local Government Act and can continue to exist as they are. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
I declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. Checking. I'll ask a second time. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anyone who wishes to speak further to the proposed bylaws? And this is the final opportunity to submit emails or letters to the regional district. Is there anybody I'm missing, Danny, on? Okay. Hearing no people wishing or indicating that they wish to speak, I hereby declare this public hearing closed at 9:05. Thank you for that. We'll move on the agenda, or on the day's schedule is Protective Services Committee, and I will go to Director Roberts to chair that, please.
Thank you. Could I have a motion for the acceptance of the agenda for the, I see Director Bush and we have Director Kazakovich. All in favor? Thank you. I'll now turn this over to the CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The program, the emergency management program for 2022 has a significant number of programs under grant. What we thought we'd do is get Carrie Reese, our Fire Smart coordinator, to come in today and just present as to what the program might be for 2022, and then give committee the opportunity to ask questions, Mr. Chair. So we should just turn this over to Mr. Weisler is also in the room. He's our manager of protective services, and then Carrie Reese is our our Fire Smart coordinator. You'll have to ask them to speak, Mr. Chair.
Could we have Mr. Weisler speak?
Don't see him.
Are you? It sounds like you're still muted.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry about that, everybody. We just had a technical difficulty. Hi, everybody. I'm Sean Weisler. I'm the manager of emergency services, and then right next to me, we got our Fire Smart coordinator, Carrie Reese. You just want to just give me 1 sec here. I'll just get us set up. Again, what we're just going to be doing is we're just going to be providing a high-level overview of our Fire Smart program, exactly where we're at in the program and how we're moving into 2022. At the last of the board meetings, you remember that we were there and we did have a presentation on the 2022 grant over through a board report. So here, essentially what we're doing is we're just going to follow up on that. We'll provide you with an overview of the program, with the grants for this year, and then our other grant that we did just received here. So I'll pass it off over to Carrie Reese.
Great, thanks, Sean. Thanks everyone for taking the time to attend the Fire Smart overview. So this will just give you a basic idea of what's happened in 2021 so far, rolling into 2022, and a bit of the program. So to follow up, the agenda will give you a bit of a program history, program at a glance. Again, what's happened in 2021, our work plans for both years, what we've accomplished so far, and the 2022 grant application, which you've already approved. So just to give you some information on that. And then the Home Partners program, which is a large part of that 2022 grant. And I'll explain some of the next steps moving forward. So a bit of the program history. Fire Smart started in 2004. Your regional district has coordinated nearly $3 million in grant funds for wildfire reduction projects on Crown land. And during that period of time, there's been an establishment of CWPP plans, community wildfire protection plans, which gives us a broad overview of the risks within the regional district, different communities that fall into those risks, and how the regional district kind of plans to deal with it. So you'll see throughout this presentation the funding, how it's going to be applied to the program, how it's going to grow, and what we've done, and how we're going to work forward with this. So to give you a bit of a background with the wildfires we've had over the past several years, you can see 2017 to 2021, a little bit of a difference there. With the hectares burned, we've actually burned less hectares in 2021, which shows that suppression efforts for the amount of acres has been quite responsive. But the one thing you want to note here is the number of evacuation alerts is 304 compared to 166 in 2017 or 124 in 2018. And what that number tells us is that these fires are increasingly becoming closer and closer to our communities and our populated areas. So therefore, a lot more of these evacuation alerts are required. Now, back with the history, some of the recent Fire Smart funding goes back to 2017, starting with the grants from UBCM, nearly $10,000 back then. And you can see up till 2021, 2022, the grants have improved quite substantially. You'll notice that these numbers are quite small in comparison to what the province has spent in terms of fire suppression. So I think we're headed in the right direction in terms of what is a goal towards prevention. So if we start thinking about prevention and how we can work with communities and different agencies, this is a way to, I guess, improve our community's resiliency moving forward when there are these types of incidents throughout the summers. The program at a glance, I guess the intention is to reduce the risk of wildfires and mitigate these impacts on these communities. So this is something, sort of the core of the program. So the program itself deals with the different communities and the committees and empowers them, gives them the tools, the education, and the knowledge in order to protect themselves. So it's quite a base of trying to build these communities, build these committees, and give them the education and information they need in order to, again, produce this resiliency when it comes to wildfires. So the Fire Smart program focuses on a bunch of different items between the two different grant years, 2021 and 2022. 2021 is more on the neighborhood assessments and the neighborhood plans and fuel removal that are near homes. So that started in the spring of 2021 and is continuing on through last spring into the summer. Of course, we had the fires that occurred, which slowed the program down a bit, and now we're picking up some steam as we move forward. So, to give you a bit of an idea about the Fire Smart committees in the regional district, we started with a minimal amount of committees in the first place. Again, when it's not really being focused on year after year, the amount of work that was done gives a bit of information to the different communities and committees and so on. But I think there needed to be more of a push in terms of building that community base. So you'll see here the different areas. Anarchist Mountain, for example, was a committee that was started, I think they've been around for probably over 10 years, closer to 15. And they have an amazing program with a great group of people that have taken the education to heart, to learn the program, to understand the principles. And because they're at such a high risk, they've taken it very seriously in terms of how they can actually work with the people in the committee, the regional district, and work towards some of this mitigation. You'll see some areas here are new, like Kilpoola. There's another area, Folder, West Bench. So these are all groups that are slowly being added to the Fire Smart program. And through my direction and coordination, helping them out in order to build their programs as we move forward. So this, for example, is Anarchist Mountain. We had an event there the other day. This was last fall. You can see the people from the committee and the community kind of out for the afternoon. We had hot dogs and hamburgers, and everybody kind of chipped in, and we went out to a local area and did a bunch of Fire Smart work. So the idea there is to kind of just build that community spirit, get people out enjoying, the outdoors and their surroundings, and at the same time, educate them as to why they're doing this type of work, the benefits it has for the community, and, continue to create the message and build the program. And if I can use Anarchist Mountain as an example for a goal for all the others to achieve at some point, that's the direction I would like to go. So the program itself and the objectives, in a nutshell, is education, planning, and fire smart mitigation operations. So underneath the education, you can see there's a substantial amount of marketing, which is getting the public to know that this program exists and what it all entails. So part of that is community event days, getting the message out. And then once these committees are established, helping them to develop and understand how to draw more people in and get the message out. The planning side of it is neighborhood assessments, neighborhood plans. We've developed a rebate program, which has brought more interest to homeowners in terms of, okay, if I do work on my property, how can I get some benefit back from the regional district? So that's a program that's implemented in 2021. We've extended it into 2022, and I'll explain a bit more about that as well. There's also a working group called, it's got a long name to it, the South Okanagan Similkameen Wildfire Prevention Advisory Working Group. Say that 5 times real fast. Anyways, that's I'll explain a bit more about this later, but a group of agencies and people within the regional district at a high level that have to deal with wildfire in the region, brainstorming on what we can do together to mitigate some of those risks. The fire smart mitigation operations portion of it has to do with the chipping programs we have, debris removal, and working with different committees within the communities in order to remove some of those hazards. And that's part of the program that the regional district has brought together in order to help these communities. And that's been quite a good uptake on it. There's been a lot of requests for, when is the chipping truck coming around at the next event, that sort of thing. So, and then to add to all this, the administration, which is my job, as you can imagine. It takes a lot of time and energy every time a committee is established and built in order to educate them, get them trained, have them understand what the principles are, market it for them, so on and so forth. So a lot of administration with this program, and that's part of what the grant has been included. So you can see a bit of the budget breakdown for 2021 was nearly $50,000. So again, this is more of a reiteration of what I've spoken about. We've got neighborhood risk assessments, up to 10 of those, and with every assessment, there's a neighborhood plan. Then there's the rebate program, so it's 7 numbers in the number of 17 for each electoral area, up to $500 per property. That includes some of the off-site debris disposal. To add to that, there's the wildfire community preparedness days, event days, and the education. So that's where your tax dollars are being spent. Now, this is what I mentioned before, this wildfire prevention group. Again, this is working with all the stakeholders. We're driving change, gathering support. It's a great way to get together with these people. We had a event back in December of last year, approximately 20-25 people. And it was a great way to just get together with people, ask them questions. What were their biggest concerns? What do you see moving forward that, is a huge challenge? And how can we work together? So when you have these different agencies together, everybody brings a bit of knowledge to the puzzle, and it gives the regional district a better overview of how people can work together, these agencies can work together, understand the challenges, and come up with some solutions. So this is an ongoing thing that we're implementing and continuing to work on, and a good collaboration last year that worked really quite well. This is the 2021 Gantt chart, I guess, to deal. It displays basically everything to do with how the program plan is laid out. Excuse me one moment. So if you look on the left side, these are all the different activities that are within the FireSmart program. Now, one thing with the FireSmart program is it's very specific onto how the funds are spent, and we can't deviate from how we plan to spend it from within our grant application. So as much as we'd like to change in one direction or another as we're going, it doesn't give us a lot of leeway to do that. So with this plan, we've come up with all the bases of what we want to achieve and a timeline in terms of how we're going to achieve that. So you see the red line, it's when we got the FireSmart funding back in March of last year. Middle of June is when I started, and we basically got thrown into the fire, as you can see, 2021. So that took up the entire summer, which was over 2 months and a little bit into September. And from September on, is you can see the blue dots, and that is the lead time and prep time going into what we plan to achieve for the tasks. The dark gray are the action items. So you can see, again, everything on the left side, it's laid out properly in terms of what we want to achieve, how we want to get there. And this is the chart that tells us what we need to do in order to be accountable. So when we're accountable, we prove that these items that are achieved is what we need in order to move forward. And this is the second half of the year. Basically 2022 funding is the red line. And you can see we've done a lot of planning, which is the light blue, throughout the winter. Coming into March, April, May, we've got up to 13 FireSmart events that are planned for the spring. A lot of the items that were worked on over the winter are going to be rolled out now. So with that is the rebate program, the FireSmart events, the chipping, some of the media events, all these sorts of things that didn't get done last summer or last fall because of the wildfires. And as you can see, we had another month and a half worth of floods that the regional district had to deal with, which was quite time consuming. That took away a lot of time from this FireSmart program, but I think we did quite well in terms of what was achieved. Some of these accomplishments, again, last year, we had 9 FireSmart events in the fall, and this spring coming up, starting here, April 2nd, we've got the home show, and moving forward, another 13 FireSmart events planned. The new committees I spoke about earlier, which is Falder, Twin Lakes, West Bench, Kilpoola. There's the pending FireSmart committees. We're working on finding someone in Missoula Heights, and I was just at Bighorn Mountain Estates in OK Falls there this past week, and they're looking at starting up a committee. We did a neighborhood assessment there and walked around with some of the people within that neighborhood and had a good look at things. The LFRs trained within the region. Some of them were trained prior, some of them needed retraining. So we built that up to 27 LFRs, including the Penticton municipality. So that's a big help. This is my base layer of worker bees that can help implement the program across the regional district. That's that. We've got a new RDOS FireSmart website, so I've done a bit of work on that and continuing to do some work on that. If anyone's looking for information pertaining particularly to the regional district's FireSmart program, that's the place to look for it. So again, 2021, 2022 is the rebate program, neighborhood assessments. 2022 is the Home Partners program, which I'll speak to in a bit. And there's fuel mitigation projects that are on the books and looking to get executed as well. So again, 2021 neighborhood assessments and plans, they're something that we're working on to roll out here in the next month. So as far as the 2022 application, it's not a lot different, I should say, than the 2021 application. continuing with the marketing and education, the preparedness events, the community days, building and supporting on these different community committees. And then once we get that education base, the committees themselves continue to work on the education and bringing in the different people that are interested in the program. So the idea again is to build that base layer with the education, getting people involved. Now the fire smart mitigation side of it, we've also added the wildfire water delivery assessment and analysis. So we're going to try and do that for each electoral district, which, you know, speaking with all the different fire departments and the people within the committees and so on, they seem to want to get a baseline onto what their capabilities are when wildfire occurs, where they're basically at. So understanding that baseline, what do they need, what do they have, and understanding that. Again, to add to that, we've added 12 more Fire Smart rebates for this year. So that'll bring us to a total of, I think, 29. And again, adding the debris disposal for residents. So the Home Partners program, this is going to be the bulk of the change for 2022. So what we found with 2021 is there's the neighborhood assessments, which are great. How that works is there's neighborhoods up to 50 homes in and around that number. And you look at areas that are at high risk and what can be done to mitigate that risk. So what we found with that is that's great for committees that are established, but we also found that there's homes that are outside of these neighborhoods that also want some help, and they need some education, and they need some understanding in terms of what they can do to better work with their property in order to mitigate some of this risk. So the Home Partners program is a collaboration between Fire Smart Canada, Fire Smart BC, the local governments, and different stakeholders as well. So it's a mix of the education from the province, bringing it down to the down to the committee and community levels, and getting them educated so that they can actually do work on their own properties and understand how that's going to save their property or save their outbuildings or wherever the case might be. So with this Home Partners program, we fill in those gaps between what the plan was for last year, which is the neighborhood assessments, and then you get the one-offs that are outside of these committees that are on their own. They don't really have the help and they don't have the education. So we can now go to their properties, do a much more in-depth assessment, give them a bunch of guidelines, and give them a direction on a place to start. So from talking with the general public, that's kind of the direction they need. My phone was basically ringing off the hook last year going, you know, what can I do to help protect my home from these wildfires? So this piece of the puzzle will add to the whole program itself and give it a more rounded look in terms of how to get this mitigation done. So hopefully with the two programs overlapping, this will give us the tools that we need in order to progress with that. So the 2022 proposed budget is very similar. It builds on what was done in 2021. Again, adding the Home Partners program to it, adding the rebates, adding the offsite disposal and chipping programs. So not that much different, but if you're looking at the numbers, you'll see a big chunk of it is the program itself, hiring some staff, training the staff up, and rolling that out. So there's going to be 2 full-time contract staff that we're going to add to the program, and they're going to go out to communities and they're going to knock on doors and offer Home Partners plan assessments and try to engage the public and get them interested in doing something to help their property, help their neighbors, and their community. So a lot of work to be done moving forward, but this again is just a quick overview of where the money is going to be spent and how it overlaps with the 2021 program. So the next steps are, you know, this home program Home Partners program implementation. So we're in the works. We're in the works of basically hiring new staff, and one second. We're in the works of hiring some new staff. We've got a draft written up that's going to be posted quite shortly, and hopefully we get some good candidates to begin training up. The training is going to happen in the last week of April, and going to hit the ground running, getting some of these assessments done, getting some of the work done, some boots on the ground, and hopefully helping some people out in the community. So that's the basis from 2021 to 2022 and how we're going to move forward. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask away. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. A really great presentation. First off, can I see if anybody has some questions for Mr. Reese or Mr. Basler? I see that Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. It's not so much a question, but just a comment that how much I've appreciated Carrie's work. It's really helped with, we had a lot of volunteers, a lot of interest and energy to start this work here, but we needed someone like Carrie who could connect that energy to the system and the process and the benefits. So kudos and well done. I'm really pleased with everything, and it's exciting to see. And if I can get a copy, or if we can get a copy of the presentation, that would be fantastic, because I'd like to share it with the citizens.
Absolutely, yes. We'll get something out to you after this presentation. And thanks so much for your accolades. Much appreciated.
Excellent, thank you very. And Mr. Reese, I think I would like a copy of that as well. I'm just going to move on to. I see we have a hand up for Director Vasilaki.
I'll holler in a sec, Ron.
Thank you very much. I've got one question to ask. Is there a lot of cooperation between the City of Penticton's Fire Smart people and the RDOS? And how can we get closer together and do a lot more work so that the whole South Okanagan can really participate in this? Thank you.
Mr. Reese, could you?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Actually, this summer, from when I started this program, the Penticton Fire Smart program had started probably a month or two earlier than myself, and I've been working with Brittany, who's the Fire Smart coordinator for the municipality of Penticton, and we had a great rapport there this past year working together. We did a couple events. We did one up at Apex together for the community up there. Just recently, we did another event with the landscapers across the Okanagan district. Brittany spent a lot of time and effort reaching out to all the different entities there. What that was a plant tagging program that was basically educating the landscape businesses out there on what plants were fire smart and how to coach people that were coming in to do landscaping on their yards. So basically grassroots, starting where people are going to buy vegetation and put them in their yards. And once that education filters down to the general public, that's part of the program. So that was quite a good success. I think we had nearly 40 attendees for that event. And coming up, I'm working with Penticton Fire Smart as well for the Partners program show. We're sharing a booth there, so come on down and talk to us and sign up for a Home Partners plan assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Is there any follow-up from you, Director Vasilaki? Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Basler? Or I have Director Coyne Sr.
Yeah.
Hand or I'll holler.
Do we have anything planned for out in Area H, Coalmont, Tulameen, multiple other areas out here that need some help? Is there anything planned for out here this year?
Mr. Reese?
With them being in Area H, we've got a fantastic LFR in that area, Dave Stringfellow. who's been doing a lot of work in and around that district. So far, he's been helping out the community of Mississauga Lake and Princeton. The areas of Tulameen, we haven't really gotten to that particular area. One of it is, a bit of a geography issue and getting to it, but definitely in the works and definitely on the radar. So again, this is building that base layer of people that are interested in fire smart and what they can do to their homes and work towards. I think, as you know, with the floods and everything that's happened there lately, the community's been quite swamped with a lot of things. So I'm sure there will be some interest in this program when it warms up, but it's something to keep on the docket for sure.
So then, am I to take it that Dave is looking after the regional district's interests in our area? Like, do we have a contract with them that they're gonna look after Fire Smart for us out here?
Mr. Reese?
Excuse me, thank you, Chair. Dave is kind of the lead for that area, so I will be working with Dave in order to get something done in these different areas. Now, we don't have anything specific for those particular areas at the moment, but again, part of the overall plan is to build this program with as many communities and committees as we can. I know we've got Jody, part of the fire department, the volunteer fire department out there that we've had good success with in terms of working with wildfire and the flood program and so on, all the events that happened out there. So that we've been building that relationship, and if we can add the Fire Smart to it, then again, improving the program. So does that answer your question?
Kind of, sorta. Jody's plate is so full, I hate the thought of us downloading more stuff onto her. I mean, she's got a multitude of other issues to deal with that I don't think it's fair to ask her to do the fire smarting out there. That's a huge job in its own. But we've been one particular community down at Bromley Rock. This is going on the 8th year that I've been asking about getting something to help down there. And it just, I mean, I know we're a long ways away, and I don't like it when people say it's the geographic thing, that it's a long ways to get out there, because we all get out here and the highways come through town. So I don't think that's a good reason, but I do appreciate the fact that we're working with Dave, because Dave's a great guy and very, very knowledgeable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Director
follow-up,
Ober,
Mr. Reese?
I was going to ask if you yourselves or anyone in that community is interested in the Fire Smart committees or forming a committee. I would ask that you pass the information along to me, and that way I've got a contact in order to reach out and start building the committee. It all starts with one person and a little bit of interest. So I'll put that out there to all of the directors, that if they know of people that are outside of established neighborhoods already that are interested in starting committees, feel free to reach out to me, and I will work with them in order to get something working. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reese. I have Director Knodel, then Director Oberick.
Thank you to the chair. Carrie, I'd like to thank you very much for your program. It's definitely very important, and it's going to be more important going into the future. I also would like a copy of your presentation, and I'm really interested to see how your interaction with the larger landowners, and in some cases absentee landowners that butt up against some of these communities, works out. We're going to have some difficulties bringing some of them on board. Also, there's access issues that I see, in particular in the Shrike Hill area, that access is not that available to some of the areas surrounding the Shrike Hill properties, and the properties are privately owned. Thank you, sir.
Perfect. Could Director Oberick?
Yes, thank you to the chair and to Mr. Reese. Thank you very much for the information, the presentation. I wanted to give you some feedback and some comment. I live in Heritage Hills. We were evacuated with the Christie Mountain Fire in August of 2020. Yesterday, just by chance, I had a meeting with 3 MLAs. One was Minister Conroy, and we spoke to mitigation. Mitigation, I'm just 100% in favor. I think what you said about the opportunity to build community and mitigation is so important. I like the proactive approach that we're seeing. I think it is very important. Over 10 years ago in our community, we have a community association, and the president of that association, Doug Lychuk, did a lot of very impressive things, including bringing in consultants on this issue of fire smarting and fuel management in the interface areas. We brought our concerns to the province at that time. There were some funding cuts on fuel management, and we were afraid of a fire because of what we know in our community. Doug Reeve of the RDOS approached our community in 2019 with one of those grants you're talking about. We were ready to receive that Fire Smart program. We have benefited from the program. We had chipping and other activities and the community building aspect. I'll tell you, our community really takes this seriously. But I wanted to share with you that we had over 80 volunteer firefighters arrive in our community on Tuesday, August 18, 2020. And they came from as far away as Armstrong in the valley. In the days that followed, they came from even the lower mainland. But that first night, they applied the knowledge that they gained from the 2003 fires in Kelowna and Barrier and others. And they saved every house but one. 320 homes were at risk that night. I watched from Caledon as the first house went up, and I went to bed afraid that we would lose many more. The house we lost was, the fire chief told me, and they were on site 5 hours before that house started. Can you imagine, firefighters on site 5 hours before the fire started, and they couldn't save the house. It was an ember bomb from a tree uphill that exploded and went through the roof. But for that one house, every house was saved. And I spoke to many of those firefighters, and I didn't ask, but they told me how impressed they were that they could tell that there was fire smarting done. Not every property, but many of the properties they could tell. And we had community members who had cameras on their homes, out of their home in the night, watching at 2, 3, 4 in the morning as firefighters save their houses, putting out those embers, one after another, after another, after another. I just can't emphasize enough how important this is, and just to say thank you. And I wanted to give you that feedback because I don't know how Doug Reeve knew we were going to have a fire, but he was right, and he helped us. And so thank you to you in that program.
Thank you, Director Oberek. Is there any other people directors that I may have missed? If not, I have a couple questions, and I'll try not to be, I tend to be loquacious, so I'll try to mitigate that. Questions that I have, and I have spoken to Mr. Vaisler, I do have a couple groups that plan to, in Area G, call your office. And the question I'm going to ask, one is in regards to rebate and how that works in different land owning situations. So for instance, a mobile home park, I'm going to assume, of course, is like one property owner. But sometimes we have stratas, and in my area, we also have co-ops where each individual plot is it's a co-op, but they own their piece of land, as well as there's an what they call the RV resort, which again, each individual placement is individually owned, but it's also managed by a company. So my question is whether or not you the rebate system is flexible enough or adjustable in regards to these smaller pieces of land, plots, co-ops, etc.? Mr. Reese?
Thank you for your question, Chair. Yes, actually, the great thing about the rebate program is it has to do with individual homeowners. So it's up to the homeowner to do work on their own property. Doesn't make a difference if they're within the, say, a mobile park or that sort of establishment or a strata or so on. It has to do with a homeowner and their address and applying for the rebate. Now, it is limited to one rebate per home. Sometimes people have more than one property in different locations and that sort of thing. So there are a few restrictions that you have to play within the rules. But there's definitely, the way it's laid out is it's per individual, per home. So again, the large body or large community organization that it might be within doesn't make a difference. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Reese. It does, because I have, for instance, like let's say the Olala Mobile Home Park, where a good portion of the park is integrated right back into the forest, and other areas are clear. So the park as a whole, with all the, the individuals may not need it, but the individual plot owner with their trailer definitely needs to have access and the ability to either hire somebody for the seniors to clean up or the equipment that's needed. So I really appreciate your answer and look forward to working with you more consistently as the days move towards the fire season. Thank you. Anybody else for questions for Mr. Reese or Mr. Basler? Seeing none, I'll pass this back to the CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The Emergency Program Act requires each local government to have an emergency management organization and an emergency response plan. So the regional district has reviewed their emergency management organization within the last couple of years, and we set up the Protective Services Committee as the legislative side of our organization. So we're going to be trying to get more and more presentations up to committee, Mr. Chair, to keep committee informed, because you do have a responsibility under that bylaw. I did want to say, I thought the presentation by Mr. Reese was excellent as well. For 2022, this program now, our emergency management program, which is a regional program, it has a budget of over $1.1 million. Of that, it's anticipated that 850,000 of it will be grants. And that's what we employ Mr. Reese under and do all of those other wonderful Fire Smart programs and get out and work with the community to develop committees. And we expect that as we get those dedicated professionals on a more constant basis, that the benefit will be cumulative, that year after year after year, more and more people throughout the regional district will get involved, and we'll do much more work than we could by just hiring contractors or doing it internally. Having said that, and the majority of those grants are for fire smarting and the rest of the emergency management program, but it's much bigger than just fire smarting. There's other grants for the Emergency Operations Center and mapping and that sort of thing. So where that leaves committee then is that the requisition in 2022 for the emergency management program is about just over $300,000. That's what our requisition will be. And of that, we have I believe it's 20% of Mr. Weisler's salary attributed to that, and 60% of our emergency program coordinator, Ann Ben, her salary. Those are the only salaries that the emergency management program pays for. The rest of it is all grants. So under that, $307,000, there's a portion attributed to the geographic information system, because mapping is a big part of emergency management programming. We have some administrative assistance. There's an ongoing program all year where people call in and ask about the emergency management program. And in addition to fire and fire smarting, of course, we've had those egregious floods over the last several years too. So much of their effort goes to planning with regards to that. The events themselves don't really cost, I know this doesn't sound right, but the events themselves do not really cost us much at all. When we're in an event, we get a task number and we submit really an invoice to EMBC through PREOC. That's a provincial regional emergency coordination center, and they'll pay for that. We certainly pay for our own salaries, but they're attributed to whatever normal program those staff that are in the EOC are attributed to. The other aspects of that, though, are, I mean, there's still insurance that comes out of that program. We have grants that we give to our emergency support services committees throughout the regional district. We support search and rescue through this program. And we have other administrative type costs that get attributed to it. So of the 307,000 that we requisition our ratepayers for, only a small portion of that is for the wages. The rest of it is for those other costs. Of course, our infamous administrative cost overhead, we have attributed to this program as well. So those types of costs are what we pay for through the emergency management program. On a regular basis, the main function of the emergency management program is training and exercising. So on a year-round basis, what we intend to do through the regional emergency management program is that coordination throughout the regional district with all of our 6-member municipalities and all of our electoral areas, and providing training and exercising that will help us all work better together. That's what our emergency management program does. Yes, when there's an event, all hands are on deck in the Emergency Operations Center where we're doing fire smarting through the grants. Yes, that's attributed to that one. But for the main part, the intent of the regional emergency management program is training and exercising. So this next presentation, Mr. Chair, is saying what we have lined up for 2022 in order to try and bring better coordination throughout the regional district with the emergency management program, and some of the specific events that we have planned, and to request again an award of contract for a mix of exercising and training. So we're going to again turn this over to Mr. Weisler, and he can introduce what we have planned under the Emergency Operations Center training, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, CAO. Mr. Weisler, could you speak on this?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much over to the CAO for providing a great overview. I'm just getting it started here. So obviously, again, our program over decades it really relies on, on our applications and the grants. Around a year ago, we had over $1 million in the grants over from our Fire Smart, EOC, ESS, and then we had a couple of flood mapping projects as well. So that's really the heavy hitter in the program here over for the training and education. Our annual budget is really only $25,000 over. That's what we allot in the taxation over for education and training. However, if we take a JIBC course over for a group of individuals, that could be up to half or more of that amount there. So that's really why we rely on it. So a quick overview of what we're going to be speaking about in this program here is a grant overview. And this is just in specific over to one grant over. This is the CEPF, the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, Emergency Operations of the Center and Training Grant. That was for $133,000. We're going to speak about the training plan for this year and strategy, and then a quick update on a freshet update over on the training side, and then we're going to get into next steps here. So the importance of education and training, obviously in the past few years, obviously in the past few years, we've seen a drastic increase in emergency responses from our EOC at the regional and also local. So that is really where we need to focus on the training and education. So our Emergency Operations Center, the regional EOC, and partners with all the community EOCs are all effective and ready to go if there is an emergency over. So a lot of the training is we're going to work at it together. We're going to work as a group. And that's really the main focus in here over. So you can see all of the events that have happened in the past 4 years here. And the importance of education, so the education that we provide at the RDOS has to be comprehensive and robust. It has to include a wide variety of individuals. All the communities has to focus on inclusion, has to reinforce the processes over that enable EOCs over to speak together, to have the conversations, make sure we're giving shared messaging out of the EOC or emergency support services. And a lot of the training was really built upon the after action reports, and most of recently the 2018 after action report, to the 2020 and the 2021. And those are very important over to provide us a path over to move forwards. Over what we heard in the community over that is really important to be timely, have the element of the timely, relevant, engaging, has to be at low stress over to prepare us over for a high stress environment, to the low barriers, and it also promotes the networking. So in this sense here, we may do a full scale exercise over which we'll actually bring in the fire department, search and rescue, the province agencies, or much like the photo here, and we'll do a mock exercise. In this photo here, it's it's an aircraft accident that's occurring. There's patients on the ground. So they're working with the ambulance service, the EOC, and how we do the coordination. As well as we have a tabletop over where we sit in a room together, and we have an exercise that basically built off of a PowerPoint, much like this, and that's where we're going to go through the processes. And then there's section specific to the training. So it really has to be timely. So we want to hit this over before the freshet and before the wildfire season. As you can appreciate we do have a significant wildfire season and freshet season. So we really only have a short amount of time in the winter time to prepare for both the EOC response and to ensure our staff are trained and educated and ready to go in, and really making sure it's what we heard from the community. So a bit of a background on the CEPF. Again, it's a Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. This is a grant. This is a UBCM grant. It occurs every year. It's a $25,000 grant. The RDOS has been successful over for many years. However, in some of the years, it's been a joint grant. So as you can see, with this year, we received $133,000 for the District of Summerland, the Town of Oliver, the Town of Osoyoos, and the Village of Karamias, and the Town of Princeton. So all those are the communities that were able to bring in up to $25,000, and it's really based on the program itself. So it might not be specifically the $25,000 in the cumulative. It's all based on how much we actually require in the grant. So RDOS over may only require $20,000, and Summerland over may require the full amount. This was actually brought forward over to the board last spring, and then on June 11th, it was approved and awarded by UBCM. And that to the time, our USC was really heavily dedicated to getting started with the wildfire season, coming out of a very minor freshet season. That's also the time as we got all the fire smart funding. So obviously at that point there, we were unable to start the grant. As the summertime, we were very busy, but in the fall, what we did is we developed an RFP, and that really looked at achieving the grant objectives and ensuring that we can implement them. Obviously, with the wildfires and the freshet or the atmospheric river, we were unable to get started on that in 2021. However, we have the RFP has been completed, and we'll be presenting at the next board meeting for the award of the education. So a bit of the background and the status, obviously over this is, it's a grant over that we've received over. We have already commenced this in the springtime. The focus and the intent of the grant over is to improve the communication pathways over through education and training and technology within the district. So the first one you see there is you really want to design and implement a web-based regional platform. And that's basically having a single system that our regional EOC here can speak to the city of Penticton, as well as work with Summerland and Princeton. It's the exact same system, so we're speaking the same language, same forms, same documentation, so there's no confusion. That's really something over that the emergency management of the committee and the ESS of the committee, and actually what came out of our after action report last year really highlighted that was something that was important. So that is a part of the grant here. As well as we do want to, in the grant there, it's EOC training. So essentially, what we want to do is we want to get into the bigger picture of our EOC, our partners EOCs. But then we want to dig down into the sections, the operations section of planning and logistics, etc. So I want to get down into how our operations center is able to speak over to another community and the communication pathways over there. Or adding to that, it would be full scale exercise. And this is again much like the slide before. It's where we get all of our partner and the communities of it together, and we do a full scale exercise where we have search and rescue involved, fire departments, we could have EOCs involved, and that's really a good opportunity over to test the system. However, in the past years, we've had a ton of experience in emergency responses over, so this just adds over to our education and the opportunity over to train over for that next event that will happen. Also in the grant here over we did a website to the design here that was over for the town of Princeton that has since been completed, and then as well as a massive notification implementation. This was a part of it as we realized over that we wanted to get other communities into civic ready over when the initial program so the initial grant application went through, but since then we switched over to Voyant Alert, and there's that onboarding subscription, and that's really where the grant here helped the District of Summerland and Oliver get on board. So this is the crux of exactly everything that's included in that $133,000. In it, so in the follow-up, we did do a request for proposals. There's a part 1, a part 2, and part 3 there. Out of the RFP over, we asked the proponents over to apply for all or just some of it, as you realize that a web-based EOC platform and a full-scale exercise are very different things. So we wanted to see if some organizations are able to provide a very specific EOC section training or just provide the web-based platform. So that's what we'll be providing at the next board meeting over for approval of the board over for an award. Our education and training schedule for this year is really based on the feedback over from the after action report, the emergency program by the committee, emergency support services of the steering committee. Those are really the formation of how the program works with all the regional partners. Every month we meet with the EPC committee, all the emergency program coordinators in the region, and all the ESS support of the directors will meet together in 2 separate meetings. Sometimes they'll overlap. And that's when they're going to plan out their objections, their actions, and their training. And that's when the RDOS is going to come in and we're going to present, okay, well, this is what we have on the docket this year. This is the training that's been approved or the funding that we've actually received. So that's really where, how the training schedule is developed. And out of that, the RDOS has a bunch of grants over that we support. Again, we have the emergency support services grant, which is again another 25,000, but has the ability for a regional grant. The EOC training grant, which I just spoke to, and then our operations of the training budget, which is again the 25,000. So all of this really makes up the funding for how as a regional district and our partner is able to push forwards with education and training. So obviously coming out of the COVID environment here, we did do a lot of online training last year, actually the past a few years here, but moving into this year, this is a mix between a 2021 and in the 2022 schedule. Obviously here online training is still important for a lot of the communities here, and it's really an opportunity by a lot of the facilitators and the contractors like the Justice Institute of BC, or for hiring a contractor as well. Online is still the preferred. So there's intro to Emergency Operations Center, where that's just a high level overview of how we operate in the EOC. And then there's EOC section refreshers, and that's really done by Ann Ben, our EPC, that she will work with the staff at the RDOS here and the staff in the community over to get them educated and trained over to their specific section of what does the operations section do, the planning section, finance, logistics, and then the management team, as well. So that's a huge importance over to do that annually. In addition to that, the grant has really allowed us over to do a cultural safety and humility of the course. That is actually, I believe that just occurred over the weekend, and that's Indigenous awareness and Indigenous other relations. And that was actually was paid out of the ESS grant. On top of that, the rapid damage assessment, as we saw this fall here, we did a ton of evacuations and a ton of alerts. And after an evacuation order goes through and we're going to rescind that, how we allow individuals over back into the property is that we have to require all homes have to have a rapid damage assessment over by a qualified individual. And a rapid damage assessment is a very short exercise done by here at the RDOS at the building inspector, but it can be anybody that has that education. That's where that individual is going to go on that property. They're going to go around the property and they're going to conduct a quick assessment over to see, if it's habitable, if there's any structural issues with the property, if there's impacts over to it all over. So we do a red, a green, and and yellow card. A red obviously means that the homeowner isn't allowed back on the property. It's not safe. A yellow means that there are issues. However, they can get an electrician in, or they can get somebody else in order to fix, if there's any mold, or if there's any other issues as well. So just the small things that's required. And then obviously if you get a green card, then it's okay to get back into your property. So this is education that we'll be doing it this year here. So that is very important. We want to ensure that we can boost that. As we saw that last year, we had all hands on deck, and it was a great opportunity, over to get them. So this is an opportunity for us over to build upon that. Next slide, sorry. So in person of the training this is a training that's going to happen over this spring here, and this is really that opportunity over to me to, as a group here. This is the in-person exercises. This is also, ability for us to work with the other volunteers and the staff in the EOC. So how we actually have the communication and the pathways that are required. Operationally, we'll hopefully be doing at the Tiger Dam education this spring, over to 4 areas within the regional district. So it will be spread out and it will be open up over to all the communities. And that allows them over to come in and get education on how to set up a Tiger Dam and how to ensure the safety. Emergency management to the BC over is able to provide the Tiger Dam, but the operational aspects of setting up, ensuring the safety and the monitoring is all actually done by other contractors or local government. So that's really where we want to get the training. The last of the time we did this was in a partnership with Penticton Indian Band, and I believe the city of Penticton in 2017. That was before I started here, but that was an amazing experience over for the participation. There is a video on that on our website. In addition to that, over disaster psychological support training, obviously, as we saw that after the flooding this year, that's very important for our first responders and our volunteers over to get that education so they can assist the public. And then ESS specifically the training, electronic registration of the training, that is a tool for how the RDOS and really all the communities in the province are able to enable the public over to get housing, for up to 72 hours, or if there's a major event, extended food and essential items. And that is the system for how we get them into the system. And that's how the province and the RDOS is able to provide them the things that they need. Emergency support services, the reception centers, and then a group lodging exercise. I think they speak for themselves here. The reception center is where we, is where all the all the public are going to go after an emergency, and then they're going to go there. They're going to get registered by the volunteers, and that's where they use that ERA training. And either we send them over to hotels, or if we're completely booked up with hotels over, then we do a group lodging where it's in a school gym, or it's in a in a stadium of that sense, and that's really where the volunteers are going to lead that. Obviously we're going to work with other agencies such as the Red Cross, Salvation Army and BC Housing to ensure we have those supports in effect there. Obviously on top of that, ESS and EOC courses online over through the GIBC, and some of them in person. However, those are all funded by the province, and those will be rolled out in the coming months here. And then obviously we're going to be doing a multi-jurisdictional exercise over before this year, hopefully before the freshet or before the wildfire season. So a quick spring freshet update over. So we have all the education and all the training over there. We're going to be doing probably the next 6 to 8 months here. Earlier than that, I do anticipate that we're going to do the majority of that over before the freshet season. So there'll be a lot of it coming to the communities. And then after that, there'll be opportunities outside the wildfire and freshet season to do further training. ESS and the training is continuous throughout the year. So there's always those opportunities. I just wanted to provide a quick update here over for spring freshet. It doesn't really fit into the training, but this is really for how the RDOS is getting it ramped up over for the spring freshet. Obviously, we're doing the training and education, but our EOC here, our emergency program, the coordinator and the recovery manager that we have a 6-month contract paid by EMBC and myself over so I did develop a pre-freshet action plan, and this ensures that the RDOS is accountable and we are prepared for the next freshet season. So this includes education and training. This includes, ensuring that we're working with EMBC, that we have the communications are working with, our IS department and LS of the department, ensuring that we're ready to go. The EOC is ramped up, the EOC trailer, all those things are ready to go for when freshet comes. And then in addition to that, an after action report over, we just received funding through EMBC, and an after action report over will be funded. So we'll be presenting that over to the board in the coming months. And then as well as we're going to be doing a whole bunch of information and communication over to the public. That's occurring, and that will go on our website and through social media. So those are all things over that you'll be hearing more and more and more in the communities about the RDOS saying that you need to prepare for freshet, ensuring that your property is ready to go, and really the responsibility over to prepare and make sure you have a plan that really lies on the homeowner itself. Again, much like the Fire Smart program, we'll be at the home show as well, and we'll be providing EOC and ESS information there in conjunction with Fire Smart, who is the primary event organizer of that. So that will be a great opportunity in the coming weeks here. So as a high level, that's really the update. And then in account to that, the RDOS is working with the province, or we're working with our all of the communities within the area, the fire chiefs at the province, ensuring that we are focusing recovery, but also getting ready for this year coming up. And as for education and in our next steps over moving forward, and this is really short to the term here, is we'll be presenting the RFP award over to the board on the 31st. That we're going to continue with implementation and EOC education and training. We're going to continue over to apply. We're going to continue to operationalize the grant-funded projects. Obviously, in the coming weeks here, we have a couple of grants over that the RDOS has applied to. Some is regional, some is individual. So those will be before the board soon here. And then as well as we want to provide the opportunities over to everybody. That's really the thing, is we don't want to leave anybody out. All of our education is over to anybody that wants to provide, however they, either an NGO like Alert, which is animal emergency response, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, our partner communities, and that's really where we want to provide that. We want to make sure everybody's in the room. And then as well as we want to do a future design of implementation of the web-based platform. I didn't really get into the web-based platform there in depth there, but that is probably going to come before the board in a longer conversation. Our grant only allows for so much a year. So if we were going to enter into a contract over with an organization or a company, that would have to be something that we would have to ask the board for an annual fee every year on top of the normal fees for our operation in IS, and that would be a regional asset there used by all the communities. So outside of that, that is all I have. I just want to thank you very much and the board for allowing us to present today on Fire Smart and the EOC. So I'm going to pass this back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaisler, for an incredibly in-depth report. Between the information provided from the CAO and by you, I can tell that I just came off a night shift and I'm completely saturated. I do notice that we are really out of time in regards to our committee. I know that everyone here will most likely like a copy of what you sent so we can ask more specific questions, help our own memories. But if somebody has a burning question or statement that they need to make before we move on, I'd ask you make it brief because we're already out of time. See, Director Knodel, could you just go ahead?
Thank you to the chair. Director Pendergraft is allowing me to steal his thunder from the liaison committee for the firefighters, but I'd like to announce that we now have 18 firefighters who are technically employees of the RDOS who are trained in the Justice Institute of BC's Emergency Operations Center training course, and I gather that Sean is going to supply them with the orientation course to bring them into the fold so they'd be able to take some of the weight off the emergency center people should they be needed in the future and not tire out our own people. I just want to make sure that they're included in these training courses, Sean. Thank you.
Mr. Vaisler?
Yes, I appreciate that. So thank you for the question. So I have spoken over to the fire departments in regards to education. I knew that they had the opportunity to take that EOC Essentials, which is a that higher level on education on the different sections in the EOC and the mandate. However, I have been speaking to the fire department because that is, awesome to have that education, but it doesn't really align with how our EOC functions and really in how well the communities function. So we need to take that education and get them educated in how our EOC functions here. How I see the fire departments playing a role is in the operations section as a fire branch coordinator, and that specific role there as they have all the information on structural protection, or they have the relationships with the fire departments, and they have that education. I'm not a firefighter, not a fire chief, so I would want somebody in there that has that education. This past summer, we had our fire smart coordinator in that role there. Obviously, if there's a regional fire and all the fire chiefs are busy responding in their area, then we're going to pull in our staff into that role. But ideally, that's really where I see the fire chiefs playing a role in that over. So, I did speak to the fire chief, and we'll be planning either a Thursday night to the training seminar with them, an hour to an hour and a half, and that will just provide an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaisler. Anyone else? Just a quick bit before we move on.
Sorry about that. I saw my screen went blank.
Yeah, Director Obrick in the boardroom.
Thank you, Director Obrick.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And through the chair, I have a question for the CAO. My experience before I was elected on the Advisory Planning Commission, the Parks and Rec Commission, visiting our community office, I heard from many staff who were exhausted and stressed 2017, 2018 by EOC operations, bad years for floods, bad years for fires. Since I've been elected, I have noticed that the EOC is a seriously busy and important function. We've had COVID, we've had the floods in Tulameen and in Princeton recently. We had fires, my question is one of clarification for my understanding, and it's got three parts. The first part is, are we paying staff to man the EOC from the budgets of other areas, Parks and Rec or other services, finance, whatever? And if so, is this proper?
CAO.
Yes, we do that, Mr. Chair, and that is how the emergency management program is structured by the province.
The second part of my question is, if so, and that appears to be the case, are we thereby losing organizational capacity because the staff are busy and working in the EOC.
Yale?
Yes.
And my last question, looking for the CAO's advice, do we need more EOC staff? Do we need more budget? Is this something that we need to consider? The trend, Minister Conroy yesterday said the 3 worst fire years in history are in the last 5 years. Expectations are, if we look at the last year alone, hopefully we're out of the pandemic, but when we look at our EOC operations, I think it's maybe affecting our ability to deliver services elsewhere. So I'm looking for advice. Do we need more EOC staff? Do we need more budget?
Yale?
So that is a bit more of a complex question in that we're always looking at the impact of emergency events on our staff, and we've got some good ideas. Ms. Morgan is going to talk about
Looks like somebody froze, or is it just me?
No, it did. Bill's frozen up. He's gone away.
Looks like the whole board went away.
Oh,
It's
the
gone.
office just fried out. It had a nuclear.
Don't say that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just started thinking that. It's like not apropos now.
And
Hey,
I know what that's a good
Thank
point. I agree.
excuse me. Just so you know that right when the CAO was about to answer, the whole board froze. If there's something quick, CAO, just as a recap of what you just finished discussing, and then I think we should be looking at adjourning and moving on with the agenda.
yeah, we're working on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. So could I see a motion for adjournment?
Could I speak first and ask a question? Do we need a motion on the administrative recommendation?
Yeah.
It's coming to the next board meeting.
Yeah, it'll go from committee to the board meeting, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I saw a motion for adjournment. Okay, Kazakovich and Director Coyne. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Protective Services adjourned. I turn it over to Chair Pendergraft.
Thank you, Director Roberts. We start now the Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and I will go to Director Gettens to chair that. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can I call the meeting to order, please? It's 10:23. Thank you. Can I get a motion to accept the agenda? Thank you. First and second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you so much. So the first thing we're going to discuss is the Mosquito Control Program 2023 options. So over to you, CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We've discussed the mosquito control program a lot lately, mostly in the context of how we accrue revenue and how that's apportioned. And as committee would know, we're too late for the 2022 calendar year. So what we're talking about now is how we can get ready to make necessary changes for the 2023 budget, which outlandishly starts for us in a couple of months. Ms. Bloomfield has a presentation on the mosquito control program, and really we want to focus on those two issues: is how are we going to generate funds for the program, and then how it's going to be apportioned. So, Madam Chair, I suggest we turn this over to Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just going to share my screen. Okay. All right. Set. There we go. All right, so I wanted to just touch on some highlights and overview of what's presented in the board report this morning. So as CAO Newell said, we've been discussing the apportionment for quite a while now. And to move forward, I'm bringing 3 options before the committee today. So I'll discuss the first 2, as the third option is status quo, so there'd be no change. So the first option is to change to a full regional service. The first change would be to shift from the current apportionment to the full converted assessment on land and improvements, and it would split it out that way instead. We would no longer do the calculations for area. The second change for the regional service would be to add in the areas that are currently not participating, the electoral area E, Carameus, and Princeton areas. And the rationale for this option is all residents and visitors benefit from the program in the entire region. And this is a way to allocate the costs out, so all properties would pay the same rate per 1,000, depending on their assessment. And the other thing is it does create a relatively stable cost for each year, because it is, as some of you have noticed, it's very variable each year. So looking at the 2022 budget numbers and just kind of estimating what an approximate 2023 annual tax requisition could be, we looked at the estimated mill rate and took the values of the properties. So you can see here for about a $700,000 property, it would cost $3.44 for the program for a year. And to put a perspective on it, a large coffee and donut at Tim Hortons is $3.36. So the second option is to amend the tax requisition to a full converted assessment on land and improvements, but not to change the service participants. And the rationale again is it equals out the payment, so they all pay the same rate, and it allows for some relatively stable costs. So you can see here the mill rate would be slightly higher with just the existing participants, and it would bring in a $700,000 assessed property for land and improvements at $3.74 annually. And these are just estimates based on the 2022 budget. So it wouldn't be exactly that amount, be pretty close though. So the third option is do nothing. Basically, we leave it at status quo. We have a 3-year average of the time spent on site. And the other item that this also means is it doesn't recognize the acreage when it's apportioning costs. It only looks at improvement. So, and just to show you what the calculation is, this is the wording right out of the bylaw. Okay, some of the challenges that we have with this is it leads to a highly variable tax requisition each year for some areas. And neighboring properties, even though they're getting the same benefit of the service, one's in area B and one's in area G, for example, they pay vastly different rates, even though they're side by side. So, and the other downside and challenge we have is that it takes a lot of time for the crew to very closely track their location and time. And the analysis that we have to do at the end of the season does take quite a bit of time. So if the board decides to move forward with options 1 or 2, the next steps would be we would determine a suitable maximum rate per 1,000 for the bylaw. We'd prepare the bylaw amendment and get 3 readings of the board. Then we would send it off to the province for approval at the Inspector of Municipalities. We would then go towards an alternate approval process for the existing participants of the service. And then other part is if the board decides to go with option 1 only, then this would be the second half of what the work would be done. And we would create a second amendment to add in electoral area E, Carameus, and Princeton into the service. And it would go through the similar process where we bring 3 readings to the board and then send it off for provincial approval. And then we would also do an alternate approval process or a referendum at the discretion of the board and do that for the new participating area. So whichever way it goes, option 1 or option 2, the final steps in that one would be once we have the alternate approval process or referendum completed and it was a positive result, then we would move forward. Once we received the approval from the province, we would adopt the amendment bylaws at the board, and then we would implement the new structure for the apportionment of fees in the 2023 budget. And that is all I have. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Ms. Bloomfield. If I could just get the screen to come down so I could see everybody, and then I will go to the board table to see if there are any questions or comments. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. Ms. Bloomfield, I really appreciate the hard work that you've done. I think it's really important. And of course, in Area G, we certainly support this, the option 1 and or 2, just because of the fair and equitable addressing issue around the fact that mosquitoes don't see borders. So again, thank you very much for all your hard work.
Great, thanks, Director Roberts. Is there anybody else on the table that'd like to speak? Okay, go ahead, Director Kazakovich.
Great, thank you, and thank you for your presentation, Ms. Bloomfield. While I feel the mosquitoes seem to notice a border here because they just don't seem to be crossing into Naramata, I do understand the need for a regional approach, and the cost breakdown I think is more appropriate for the region as a whole. I think Lisa's analogy of a donut and coffee for the year for many households is really a good one, that if we can do what's best for the whole region. So, in looking at this report, looking at the figures presented, as much as I feel we are doing fine out here in Area E, I would be willing to support option 1 or 2. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Director Kazakovich. Are there any other comments? Thanks, Director Holmes.
At your own area, we all travel to different parts of the region, and we appreciate when we all go for hikes or go wine tasting or whatever, another outside our own community, that mosquitoes are being controlled there. So I think a full regional service for the entire RDOS is the fairest approach because we all benefit. And and either whether it's a full regional approach or a sub-regional service or the status quo for that matter, I don't think we should allow fee-for-service treatments for properties that are outside the service areas if they're not. It seems like a backdoor way into it, and so if you're outside those areas, I don't think you can have it both ways. Either you're in or you're out. And so I think if it's a sub-regional service or the status quo, we shouldn't allow fee-for-service treatments outside those areas that aren't participating. That's my feeling, but I would prefer a full regional service. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. I see Director Albrecht. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And my comments are, first, I wanted to thank Director Bush and Director Knodel for expressing their concerns on the inequities of the previous system. I agree with them 100%, and I'm glad to be able to support option 1 as my preference for the reasons that Director Holmes just cited. And I wanted to add, I probably spend more on mosquito repellent for my family and my children than this will cost us in a year. And I think the benefit is just tremendous for everybody. And so I do support option one. I hope we can get some administrative efficiencies, maybe reduce some costs, get some better benefits. And as an alternate, I don't mind using our transit service to send all the mosquitoes to Naramata. They apparently respect that border better than they respect our border. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Director Albrecht. I don't see any other hands up. I have a few questions on behalf of Area F. I do want to know what the impact of the overall budget is by going into this service. I'm on board with the regional service. It all makes good sense, but I'm a little unclear what that'll do to the budget for Area F. I recognize the cost to the house, but this year for Area F, we paid, I think it was $120 or something. So I want to know why Area F only pays $120. I think I know. I think it's because we don't have a lot of areas that we can actually spray in Area F. And then I want to know, how do we work with areas like Max Lake where we can't spray? But if we're going to pay for a regional service, I'd like to see the citizens in Area F get the same level of benefit. I know there's been quite a few discussions around how far mosquitoes fly, but I'm not buying that a treatment in the Soyuz is going to help someone who lives in Falder. So I want to know, those are my questions are, what's the impact to the budget for Area F? And what is the plan for places that can't take the chemical spray? Sorry, I forgot that part. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amount specific for Area F, I would have to find. I don't seem to have it available right now. I can look for that in just a moment. As for the other portions, because the way the service is set up, it's by request. So if there are places in West Bench or Falder or anywhere else out there that have issues, like even catch basins that are sitting there, those are the things that if they call, we can provide that kind of service. We go and assess it and see what needs to be done. Max Lake is a tricky one. I know we used to treat there, but we're not able to now. I don't know if we can work through some provincial red tape and see if we can get some approvals there or stuff. But there isn't a simple answer to that one.
Okay. If thanks for that, and I respect that answer for sure. It is complicated, but if there is a way to even do more environmentally friendly, like more swallow boxes or those kind of things, I think that's a fair approach, and so that everybody, whatever's happening in Naramata and whatever program they've got going on there, if we can do anything like that as well, I think that would be helpful. But overall, I think it makes good sense to do a regional program. So I'll stop there. Are there any other comments or questions? Anybody want to make a motion? Okay, go ahead, Director Roberts.
I'd like to make a motion for option number 1.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Director Knodel. I will ask if there's any debate or discussion on the motion. No, I don't see anything. Okay, let's call the question then. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I think that's it. I don't think there's any other business for this committee.
Sorry, just to interrupt. Did I see a no, an opposed in the boardroom?
Oh, apologies. I'm sorry. Is there anyone in the boardroom who's opposed? Oh,
Director
yeah.
Hawley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Malden. Good eye. Okay. Okay, what am I doing now? Oh, yeah. Okay. Any other new business for this committee? Okay. Could I get a motion to adjourn? Thanks. Second. All in favor? Excellent. Thanks, you guys.
We could do the wave.
Thank you, Director Gettens.
Chair.
We will move on to Corporate Services Committee and looking for a motion to approve the agenda on that. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. We start off with a delegation from the Film Commission, CAO. You want to do the introduction?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. I was just checking to see if Mr. Summerland was with us yet. I can't seem to pick it up off of my screen. Danny, do you have him?
He's nodding yes.
He does. Okay. So typically during the budget process each year, we invite Mr. Summerland to come and present on the Okanagan Film Commission and all the good things that they do for us. Personally, I think this is one really good example of where interregional cooperation has been successful, and it's working very well for us from the economic point of view. And always interesting to hear Mr. Summerland talk about what his group is doing and what they've done and what's coming forward for us. So without further ado, Mr. Chair, we should just turn it over to Mr. Summerland.
Okay. Welcome, John. Are you with us?
I think I am.
We can hear you. Please go
I
ahead.
hope so. Yeah. I was all excited about doing an in-person meeting with you guys today. I got like a suit.
We noticed
Whatever
that.
it is. I go, oh, look at me, and then got to do weapons. But I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. The South was really busy this year. It was a good year, and it only looks like it's going to be better. I don't know if I can do my PowerPoint here. Do I get to share? Do I hit share down here?
I believe that's how it works.
Okay, let's see what I got. Share screen. Hopefully, I should have probably checked what was on my screen here. I get some Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Oh, your stuff. Let's see. Close that. Here we go. My wife walking in Naramata. There you go. You get to see that. Okay, so, it was let's start here. For my funding, it's not even in there. My funding, it was about 253,000, and we had like 46 mil. I'm sorry, this is my original one. I should have looked at it before I loaded it. So it was a very good year, and a lot of that took place down there in the South. I added this photo here because it's a graphic novel that was drawn with locations in the Okanagan, and I was very excited about it. It's a graphic novel that's a film in progress that we're hopefully going to be filming by next winter, but everything that was drawn was local locations. Here's my board. Sorry. My board, so it's a small, tight, fantastic board. We got Riley, which is fantastic. I love her glasses too. That's going on here. Loyal, and we have a new board member, Carrie. I met her for the first time yesterday when I presented at Nord. Vicky G from RDKB and Bill Barrett. The thing about my board is, at one time, every one of them was appointed. So they're all very good, and they all bring certain things to the table, which make us very cohesive. It's my favorite board we've ever had, I think. It moves smoothly. We got a little extra funding last year from Nord and the RDCO. And with that, I was able to hire some staff for the first time in forever. So Gord Wiley, which is a Penticton boy, he's my location service guy. He works 4 days a week scouting. So we also saved money with this. So now we pay him a salary, and we don't have as high numbers in our scouting bills. We still have to hire scouts on top of that. I have Tracy Wright doing my bookkeeping and accounting, and Erin Hazelhurst is my administrative assistant. So she, picks up all the pieces I drop behind me as I move forward and tries to organize them into something a little more grown up, which has been good for us. All right, going the wrong way. So this is last year's. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. So I'm going to skip that. This year, 2021, our location services was not X, it was 63. So we had 63 projects come across our desk trying to load. So every year they grow. It doesn't mean that we're going to land more, because they're just more interested in having something come to the Okanagan, something that can film here, whether it fits or not. So it is it's growing in the numbers that we're seeing. The work we're doing is a little higher, but sometimes it just doesn't fit us. Like we're not going to match, New York City. We're not going to match like Louisiana. In certain areas we can, but you get more of this stuff, but it just doesn't. We don't know, some of the architecture doesn't work. But with that said, we had more projects land. So we had 32 projects that we worked on. Each one of them shot entirely. So like I didn't even count the ones that were small. Like these shot entirely the entire films here. A lot of Christmas, a lot of MOWs, a lot of Valentines, a lot of that happening. We've landed 2 more companies. So now we have Hallmark and Lifetime. We also have Harlequin, which is going to change a little bit, but their budgets are bigger. And we have a company that does low budget features. 2 companies have now come into town that do low budget features in the $5 million range. I'm also working on something that can't be in the news right now, but it's a $25 million major studio project for Penticton. So the biggest thing we're going to have this year is in Penticton. I'm working with the school board on that. So it's not a done deal, but things are really good. I love your school board, and it's working really, really well. There's some really exciting things, honestly, coming on for Penticton. You'll see. One of the major tools for British Columbia is this. I think you've seen this slide a million times, but I'm going to explain it again. Tax credits, you get 35% of your labor just being in British Columbia. So if you're shooting in van, 35% of your labor is covered. Regional, you're going to get an extra 12.5 of your labor paid for if you go to Langley, 200th Ave. So that's why you see so much in Fort Langley and all that area, because they can go back and stay in Vancouver and shoot in the studios there and then shoot locations in Langley. That's why they're so busy, Delta and all that. Distant locations, that's us, you get an extra 6. So we need to make that 6% work with locals. Because if we're only going to do location shots, the 6% ends up in hotels. If we can make it with locals, that 6% ends up on the screen, and then it's paying mortgages from the local people. So then there's a training tax credit, which is really underused, but it's starting to grow. And then the 16% Dave credit, that's a biggie for BC in general. That's why you see so many post facilities, Disney and everybody in Vancouver, because they can get an extra 16% on their post-production and their animation. So we took advantage of that, and we now have some pretty major animation companies central. But because of the COVID, the pandemic, it changed the way people work, and for the positive. So there's a lot more animators being used in the Okanagan now. It's almost untraceable. It could be there. I guarantee they're in your area, that are working on shows in England, that are working on shows in Bangkok. Like they're working on shows all over because they're working remotely. They do these every morning, and then they work on the projects remotely, and then they send their work to wherever. And I know that's happening because all the studios that are here, have started reaching out to other people, but also a lot of their groups got poached. All their animators got poached to work on big Sony shows, Disney shows, all these sort of things. So they're still working locally, they're still getting tax credited, and they're still paying their mortgages, so they're just making more money, which is really great for us. And it's also kind of not so good for our local animation companies, but still they're doing fine. They're doing great. This is a biggie for Penticton and the South. So we're doing our Okanagan Film Fundamentals Take 2. It is an event that we sell tickets for right this year. We're only selling half tickets. So we sell it's $200 for a weekend. And what we do is on the first day, we're inside classrooms, and you decide, am I going to be a grip? Am I going to be an electric? And am I going to be a cameraman? And you learn from the grip and electric camera the parts and pieces that make a grip. Day 2, and then there's also hair, makeup, wardrobe, art department. There's all like every blue collar job in the film industry. And then with day 2, we go into the trucks. So we go, hey, where is the C-stand? The new recruits go in, they grab a C-stand. Where's a half apple? Where's a flag? They build the equipment needed. Then day 3, we mock a set, like a movie. I'm going to pause there. 2 weeks before this, we do a competition, write a 6-page script with this type of location, very, vanilla. No, we don't want it to be anything but very PC script. And whoever wins, we then film this script and they get a free pass to this. So then we take it, we get a director, which is going to be Kate Twa from Tempest there. And they're going to bring their own actors. We're going to act it out, film it, light it, build the set, break it down, move to a second location, film it, light it, bring it, and that will be a long day. And the learning that you'll get from that is more so than anything you would get in a film school. You're going to learn how to be a director or whatever in the film school, which is important, cinematographer. But we're trying to fill missing links with crew, because qualified labor has been always a challenge. I just lost yesterday, which was a big drag, a television series that I thought we'd landed full up, but it turned out they had to bring in 40% of their crew, and Halifax beat us, which was a real bummer, because I'd worked on that for 6 months, and it was a biggie for us. And it probably would have been 90% done in Peachland. I know that's not yours, but if it's in Peachland's the center, they're shooting Summerland, and they're shooting West Kelowna. They're moving. But anyways, so it's gone away, but maybe it'll come back. Who knows? It was a drag. However, with this, I'm also partnering with the Penticton Indian Band, and I'm giving them 100 free tickets for their people. And they're going to do marketing, and they're going to help us out in certain ways, publicity, working with Cheryl DeCock, and I'm also working with the chief. It's been a very, very positive experience, and it's happening in July. So that's a good one for you guys, I think. We have a grant from Etsy for $40,000 for that. So that's where the money's coming from to make that happen. We did a couple of these this year. So we did 5 MPIO, which is Motion Picture Industry Orientation, and it is a prerequisite for getting into the unions. So again, you can see that my drive right now is to fill jobs, to find jobs for people. So this is to get in the unions. It is basically a set etiquette. It teaches you the basics of, how to use your walkie, what channels on the walkie or whatever, what the names of each person and what they do, just the etiquette, how you are, be seen but not heard. Is when you're in the very beginning, and you got to learn your way through. And these were all, we have a grant for this. So these were done for free, and it was filled up in minutes. So we're trying to get another grant to do another one through ActSafe. And if that's the case, we should, we're going to fill more and more, and hopefully get more and more people that want to work here. This is my favorite quote. I don't know if you saw, but I've had a few quotes on the bottom here. Costner's TV pilot takes over Penticton rock climbing site. So you guys had, again, this year, the sexiest thing we had in the Okanagan. So it's been a great year. We have a lot of money pumping in from Hallmarks, but they're painful. I'm not telling you we're making great movies. My wife loves them. I'm sitting there going, yikes, geez. But they're working for us. So we also did this thing with, Carly was there from Penticton, where we had all the city folk, the people that work in the city, were trying to work together on creating a universal, similar permitting process. So when we get films, it's kind of here, fill out this form. This is what we require. This is what we have. This is how it's going to happen. We need this many days for you to process this, blah, blah. So it all looks the same. So we're not learning every job, and it's not different from town to town. We're trying to make it kind of universal. Each place will have its own styles, because that's the way we do it. But as long as they can find it online, the production companies can find it online after hours, they can start the process, find out what the insurance requirements are, find out certain things. And it was done through our office and by us. However, we invited in Creative BC was part of it. I invited North Vancouver because they're very busy and they have their own, and Delta and Fort Langley. So, and all of them have grown and seen all this. So the people saw from the beginning how it worked. And we added a couple of little terms here so people would understand what it all meant. So if we're making a feature film, usually you got 2 months of time to process that. The city would have. Television series a little shorter. They're going to give you maybe 7 days advance. Commercials, they can say, I want to shoot tomorrow. Like it changed. And I got a BMW commercial here that is doing just that. Movie of the weeks, they can be, I want to shoot in 2 days, but more than likely it's going to be 2 weeks. You're going to have a little bit of time. Independents, they're learning, so they might not know that they have to talk to people right away. So that's the one we have to educate as well as who we're working with. And so that can be a 7-day to a 2 days type of thing. And then they'll come up with jargon for you, like, hey, we want to put the circus down the road. And it's not like a circus with tents. Well, it is, but it's more like that's where we want to put all the big white trucks. We want to put so we're sort of talking to each area saying, find a place in town where you think this should stay almost every movie. So instead of the production coming to you saying, we want to put it here, you can say, this is where we park the circus. They're going to say they want to put their work trucks as close to set as possible, but they don't need to have their hair, makeup, wardrobe, and their catering all right on set. They can have it nearby. So say we're not using South Okanagan Event Center parking lot for a certain time. That's a perfect spot in a back corner there. Like that's the sort of thing. So when they say the circus is coming, that's what we're looking at for circus. They say they have a condor. That's a big, we use condors to wash windows in the high rises or whatever, but the different rules for film than they have for window washers. You got to make sure there's somebody around that at all time, making sure that there's people can pass by, it's safe, nobody gets steps underneath it and has a light fall on them. There's reasons why it's different for film. When they say they go to camera, that's when they start. Lock it up means we have to control the traffic through there. We have to control the pedestrian traffic and the traffic, and they're going to be tail lights means they're done. That's when they're finished and their trucks have driven away. A tech survey, that's an important part of it that people don't realize they got to have. That's a dog and pony where they bring 30 people and they go stand and look at every location. And at that, there should be a city representative on the tech surveys, because that's when they truly find out. A location manager can come to the city and say, we want to film at this location. We're going to have a camera over here. We're going to do this. But the director of photography has not seen the location. The gaffer, nobody's seen it. So when they truly show up, they're going to say, I want to put a light on that roof. I need a camera over there. And it's a totally different story than what they just told the city. So it's important that the city person's there. So A, they can see that we're not all liars. And B, that it's very organic and they got to see how to make this picture work. Plus the DOP can say, well, the sun rises over here and we're shooting over here. We should be over there, right? There's a whole bunch of different little things that go with it. Work trucks, they should always be on set, but that's different from circus. Yeah, so Creative BC, it was called Municipal Filming 101. So it went really well. It was our second, when I had this, it was our second group that we did, and it went really, really well. Anyways, I talked really fast, had too much tea. That's me. That's it.
Thank you, John. If I could ask you to take your presentation down so I can see the rest of the board members, I'll see if there's any questions or anything. I'll go to Director Olbrich first. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And John, I'm a director for OK Falls, electoral area B. Yeah. And I just want to say thank you for the amazing good work you're doing. This is something that I support 100%. I am thrilled at what you are telling us. I'm from Alberta. I had clients who were in this industry. I'm a lawyer. I can tell you, if you know Alberta politics in the early 90s, the premier at the time, Ralph Klein, cut horribly. We lost so much work, good work, if you know what was happening in Alberta, and it left and went to Vancouver, went to Toronto. I see this region as ripe for what you're doing. I am going to pass this on to Gail Scott. She's our coordinator in the office, our Community and Economic Development Office. I think she can collaborate with you to promote this in the entire region. I mean, this is just so important. I can tell you, I have met people in OK Falls who have gotten work.
Yeah.
And it's not they're not actors, they're doing that other work, but they are so happy. And when they show me a picture of them with an actor and what they're doing, I mean, you know, this is, you're bringing pleasure and work to this community. And I just want to say thank you.
Oh, no problem. You have one of the best film accountants, one of the best location managers, and one of the best script supervisors all living in your region. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great. Director Gettins, please go ahead.
Great, thank you, Chair. So I think the board's pretty familiar with how I feel about the Okanagan Film Commission. I think they do great work. I think John is outstanding. I am always impressed by how much gets done with such a small budget. And we've talked about this a couple of times at the board, and that how our economic development line item is actually capped. So hearing how much work is happening, hearing how we're getting spread through the South Okanagan, knowing that the other regions who participate, like Central and North, have set up in their system increases for this budget so that we can keep up with the cost of gas and we can keep up with inflation and hiring people. So I would like to just put forward a motion and ask staff to bring back some discussion points for us on this line item, so that if the board decides next year that they would like to further participate in this very, as the CEO said, successful economic driver, that we are actually empowered to do that. I would like to put that motion forward, please.
Okay, so you're making the motion. Is there anybody wanting to second that? Second it. It's on the floor. We'll continue though here first with any questions for John or discussion on this. Looking around and seeing no hands. Well, first, thanks, John, for the presentation. It is always appreciated. We only get to usually see you once a year, but we will continue that. So
can
on
I
the
add
motion,
one thing that where you can help?
Sure.
Shatford Center. It's been sort of shut down for us because of fire. It's not up to code. But the film industry is a different animal. We film in not up to code places all the time. We get a special events permit for each place, but they still just won't let us in. We're in Riverview. The Riverview's got a lineup for 3 years to film in a very un-up to code building. It would be great if we could get people to let us in there. And then this could possibly be something for Shatford Center that could stay long-term in that building, because it is perfect. It's very important that I get into that building for that $25 million movie. Just so you know.
Okay. Oh, you'll have to have that discussion with
fire
city, I believe, is that one. So
yeah, I'm just saying, if you know anybody in the fire department individually, that's the type of thing.
Okay, we get your point.
They're the ones that are like, nope.
All right, on the question, did I miss a hand here from Director Robinson? Go ahead.
I know Chief Watkinson very well, and I will have a discussion with him. Thanks.
Brilliant, thank you.
There you go. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Again, thank you, John. We will see you next year for sure, maybe sooner.
Yeah, take care. Maybe I'll bring you to the set if we get to Shatford.
Hey, that sounds like a plan. At least an invite for those that could make it.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll do that. Okay, take care.
Great, thank you. BC Electoral Area or Electoral Boundaries Commission, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The province of British Columbia has an electoral boundaries act, and under the act, the province is required a sort of midterm of every provincial election term to conduct a review of the boundaries. So they create a 3-member panel that then goes out for consultation with the citizens of British Columbia and in our case, local governments, to see if there are any proposals for changes to those electoral boundaries. So that is the process that they're in right now. So they've appointed their 3-member panel. One of my previous colleagues, Linda Tynan, was appointed onto the commission. And they also have the an ex-judge and the chair of the elections BC. So they go around and they ask for suggestions. Now, the reason we put this on to the committee agenda is anybody can submit to the panel. So each individual can. If we wanted to submit a corporate suggestion to the Electoral Boundaries Commission, we can do that. And really all we're asking at this point, Mr. Chair, is committee interested in that? And if so, we would bring back some additional information and another opportunity for a more detailed discussion at that time, if we're interested in doing it corporately. If we're not, then fine, just let us know and again.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a thought on this? Director Holmes, go ahead.
I would be certainly interested in a submission. We've discussed this at our council meeting this week as well. I think with the rate of the population growth in the Okanagan higher than the provincial average, there's probably a chance there will be an additional seat for somewhere in the Okanagan, in which case that would would make it necessary to have a boundary realignment. And for us in Summerland, and I think Penticton as well, it's very important that Summerland and Penticton remain in the same constituency, that we don't get sliced off the way we have been federally. And perhaps for Area E and Area F, they might have this similar interest in Summerland and Penticton have had strong, we have social, economic, political ties. We share the same school board. We're in the same regional district, of course. Almost all provincial services for Summerland residents are based here in Penticton. And so I think it's important for both communities that we remain together in the same provincial electoral district. Having said that, however, we are distinct communities, and there are other distinct communities like Naramata and Peachland in the existing electoral district, and that's not represented in the name of the district, which is called Peachland. In fact, 1/3 of the population of the electoral district lives outside of Penticton, and so I don't think the name accurately represents everybody in that district. So I would ask that we make a submission asking that they change the name that's more reflective of the whole constituency, something like Okanagan Lake South or something to that matter. But I would those are my 2 suggestions.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else wishing to wave your hand or put up your virtual director, or I see CAO Newell, go ahead.
I forgot to mention, Mr. Chair, Director Holmes just spoke to the Penticton riding. We have 2. Actually, the boundary Similkameen riding geographically is huge. So that covers basically the regional district Kootenay boundary plus all of the Similkameen. And we have our 1 representative from there. So we certainly have more population in the Penticton riding, but geographically that boundary Similkameen riding is a lot of ground to cover. So I thought I'd throw that in.
Okay, yeah, it is large. Director Monteith.
To the chair, one thing we might consider is Apex is considered part of the boundary Similkameen riding, where it might be more logical for it to be part of the Penticton Summerland. Is that a, because that's provincial, correct?
Yeah, makes sense. It's a topic is the intent CAO to take some suggestions and then come back with some options for us, or, we lost the video here again.
Oh, did you?
Okay.
The idea, Mr. Chair, we're always happy to take suggestions and information from committee, and then we could wrap that up into the next presentation, but eventually it will come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Director Gettins.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to support what Director Holmes and Director Monteith just both suggested. So I'm in favor of those two recommendations. Just throwing in my 2 cents.
Okay, no problem. Any other thoughts or suggestions on points to raise? Seeing none, I guess we will move on. That will come back to us in the future. Brings us to board action tracking, CAO.
We wanted to assure committee that when you and the board do make resolutions or pass bylaws or provide direction to staff, Mr. Chair, that we don't lose that. We've referred in the past to our board action tracker, and I'm not sure that we've ever shown it to you or done any follow-up at committee with it. So that was the intent for today. Danny has that, and I was going to ask him to post that up so that we could just bring the board up to date. It is the one that went out with your agenda package. That's a snapshot of what the tracker looks like. But really, the tracker is an intuitive document, and it not only lists all of the activities that are underway, but it gives you the opportunity to get an update on where we are, when it was last reviewed, and to go in and get the full description of what the board resolution was and what we're doing with it. So I'm not sure what that is. That's an expanded version of what you would see. So the other thing is we do have a board intranet. We've referred to this from time to time too, and I'm not sure if our board members actually use it, but that's where the board action tracker is, so that if you're looking for where we are on certain things, I was going to get Danny to just explain to you how to, first of all, get to the board intranet, and then how to find the board action tracker.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Francisco, please.
Okay, I'll try to project from the far side of the room here. What you're seeing on your screen right now is the home page for the board intranet. This has a number of links and resources available for the board for quick and easy access. On the left-hand side, you'll see a menu item that refers to the board action tracker. Opening this gives you the detailed view of the board action tracker in a summary form of all the items that are currently active, and a searchable bar by which to see different areas, what might be pertinent to your area, and what things we are tracking there. On the board intranet itself, there's also other resources for quick access, such as expense forms, links to our websites, other types of resources pertinent to directors. There's also quick links to our agenda and minutes as well, and the contacts for both the board and staff. So it's just a really quick summary web page that we use for these resources for the director.
Okay, thank you for that. If we could maybe have that taken down so I can see the board, I'll check if there's any questions. Or Director Gettins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious to hear from the CAO around when we have all these directions, put on this board tracker, and inevitably things have to get rearranged because different priorities will come up. How are priorities made? So like the example I'm thinking of is that I had put forward a motion to get a bylaw initiated, and then it got bumped, which I knew that was happening, and that was all good. But how do, like, is it timing? Is it like first come, first serve? Is there a matrix that's used as to what's more important? I'm just curious about how staff prioritizes all of this work.
CAO.
So if it is an item that's on the corporate business plan or in the budget, then those typically get prioritized highest. If it's just a quick hit type of thing where it's a motion at a committee or a board meeting, something that can be picked up right away, that would probably get our attention to try and attain that. When you look at the board action tracker, I mean, you can check the history as to previous years, but as soon as an action is complete, the department manager of whichever department that fell into would go in there, and when they do their update, they'd mark complete. That comes off the tracker. So you won't see that there. The only things you see on the tracker are those actions that are left undone. And you can see they're all numbered though, and we can keep track of them. That our oldest one on the current tracker is back from 2018. And that was that house, unfortunately, that was the subject of a slide on Green Mountain Road during the 2018 floods. There was a slide. The property that that house was on started to move a little bit. The road was partially taken out, and geotechnically it just wasn't safe to let somebody back in. So that one, the board said, okay, this house is not habitable. The owners cannot reoccupy until they come in, they get a building permit, and they provide a geotechnical certificate saying that it's safe. Okay, so that is still pending. They're not occupying right now. So there's no safety issue, but if they were to do that, we would have to go in and we do have an injunction on it saying that they can't. So that's the type of thing. So that will stay on until the property owner determines what they're going to do with regards to that house. Either they're going to give us a geotechnical certificate saying it's safe, and they're going to take whatever mitigating actions are required out of that professional report, or they're going to take the house down, one or the other, in order to make sure that it's safe. So that will stay on until that issue is resolved. If they had come in and they had given us that geotechnical report and they did their mitigating activities and they got their permit, that would have come off. I would have to say, you know, you can tell whenever we do some sort of enforcement against a property that requires us to get injunctive action, those take a long time. And you can see that a majority of the items still on the action tracker are those ones where we're currently applying to the court, or that we're in the court, or that we're waiting for a finding on our application for injunctive action to take place. So those ones that have come through the board, if it's for an electoral area director, if it was in your electoral area and you want to know what the update is, that's where you can find that at the current time. And then as soon as it's disposed of, it would come off the action tracker. But as far as the prioritization goes, we leave that up to the department heads. Usually there will be some mitigating issue. If they can't resolve it right away, it would be because there's either it's not within our control, or there's some other body that needs to provide some sort of response to us.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing no hands.
Could I just ask, like, is there anything on the tracker that anybody was interested in, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Is there any questions? We're looking quiet here.
Good.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is staff retention, CAO.
Okay, so this is another one of those, Mr. Chair, where we asked the board for input. This was at the legislative workshop last November, where we did breakout sessions and we were talking about staff retention because we had identified staff retention as one of our risks, not only in the 2021 risk management plan, but also during our staff perception survey and our SWOT exercise during the corporate business planning. So we did do those breakout sessions. The members gave us a lot of information. So that was turned over to Ms. Morgan in our Human Resources Department because we have that on her business plan for 2022. And she now has been able to assemble that and has been looking at putting it onto some sort of a value graph, identifying what we can do quickly that has high value, low cost, or maybe more strategic where it's going to take us more than 6 months to undertake that. And we wanted to get back into committee and have her go through that, get some feedback, and then we'll talk next steps after that. So at this point, I would hand that over to Ms. Morgan, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I see she's on the screen with us, so please go ahead, Ms. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was wonderful that we could get together at the legislative workshop back in December, and it was wonderful to have the time at the breakout tables to hear from all those in attendance. And as the CAO mentioned, we've taken that feedback from all of you, combine that with the feedback we've received from a number of consultations we've had with staff. And we've combined that into a very short version for your consideration today or for your information. So to summarize the report then, we've taken all of those ideas, shrunk them down into 8 categories that we feel might be attainable over the course of the next year leading into 2023. And so what we've done, as the CAO mentioned, is we've used a value graph to really identify those items that we call quick wins. Those are things that we could likely achieve in less than 3 months. And as we know, our physical environment is changing. That was some feedback we received from staff about the space to do the work, the technology that we're using. Those are things that have been in the works for some time, and we are seeing the fruits of the labor now, thanks to the Community Services Department, and we're having staff move over to the 176 Main location. We also heard back from staff that we need to meet more regularly to keep each other in the loop. And out of one of our staff perception surveys, an interdependency workshop was established as a mechanism for staff to get together and let each other know what's going on, what are the big projects in each area, so that we can all be better prepared for our respective workloads for the upcoming year. And what we've realized is we need to do that more often. So we are coming back together again this spring as a group to find out what each other's up to and hopefully not surprise one another with our things that our asks of each other. The board has spoken to us about affordable accommodations. So that's an interesting topic that we know is a struggle for all jurisdictions in the Okanagan with the price of housing and now with fuel being so high. So we do have that as a strategy, as our partners do have some rental options that we can consider for staff. And we do have a couple in the regional district as well. So those are what we call our quick wins. We think they're achievable. They should assist us to move forward. One of the other aspects along the lines of getting together with staff is we've gotten together for an all-staff business meeting. And given the restrictions we've had in the past 2 years, we simply haven't been able to do that. And we've heard from staff that that's a great opportunity for team building and just a change from the day-to-day work that we have, that we can be inspired by some speakers and come away with some tools. So we will be doing that as well this spring. The next category is what we have called our GEMs. So they are in the 3 to 6 month timeline. And I believe the board is aware that I'll be coming back in Q2 with an update on the compensation survey that's currently underway. So that's always a topic that everyone is interested in hearing more about, and it's good to know what our benchmark communities are doing in terms of compensation. And we've put out there as well that we've used the 50th percentile in the past for our comparators, so we may want to consider moving that up a little bit if our survey indeed shows that we are lagging behind in that area. And recognizing staff. Again, I hate to blame everything on the pandemic, but it has been a very difficult time for us to get together to do those things that we normally get a lot of enjoyment out of, our staff barbecues and things where we just get to hang out together and chat. So we've been looking at our long service award program and how can we accentuate that and do more regular acknowledgement of staff. If you're in the building today, you may see some green cupcakes floating around for St. Patrick's Day. So we've been missing cake for birthdays and all those things that we like to do to recognize staff. Training and professional development, we know that's a big piece for people. Being in a job, everyone likes to have that next milestone. What can I look forward to doing, and how can I develop myself more professionally? And that's been challenging, of course, again, but we're looking forward to enhancing our culture, encouraging the training that would engage staff and help them feel more safe in dealing with customers and the whole respectful workplace conduct. I think there's never enough that we could do in that respect. And certainly our customer service training that we're going to be undertaking will be addressing that as well. So we'd like to have some more consistency there for staff and fairness, quite honestly. And that's what we've been hearing as some of the feedback that has not been working as well for staff, having access to that training. Sean Basler had talked about the emergency management program earlier, and I know that is another topic where we hear from staff that it's a big commitment when there is an emergency in the area, and there are skill sets that are required to be in that environment, certainly. So we're looking to our municipal partners as an opportunity to engage those staff that are more than capable and in an emergency situation. And we're just so pleased we've had the support we have had in the past few years from our municipal partners. So we're looking to broaden that and deepen those relationships as well. When we look beyond the horizon of the next 6 months, there are some things that we can consider tackling. We know that interactions between staff and board members can be challenging at times. We've all got a lot of exciting things we want to accomplish, and there seems to be so little time. But there are certainly some things that we can establish to guide us through those challenging times in terms of policy development and conduct. And I think too, we've talked a little bit about being realistic in what we can deliver to all of you, and stronger articulation with what it means for a project and what those staff hours look like, and trying to balance those with the things that just happen to come up. Like an emergency situation that often puts us off track from our deliverables. So we know there is a longer term strategy for the Regional Emergency Management Program. So we're looking to that as some potential solutions there for staffing. And also the long-term plan for our facilities, that has been a topic of discussion as well. And we're certainly making the next 5 years in the spaces we have established now, but there will be needs beyond those 5 years that we'll be coming back to discuss with you, no doubt. One of the last topics, I know at one of the breakout tables, flexible scheduling was identified as something that staff are looking to now to balance the work and home life commitments. And that's certainly something that we are intrigued to look in more deeply. We know that's not something that we can immediately implement. So we would be looking to come back to you at some point if we were to propose something more structural in nature to afford some of the enhanced flexibility that we had discussed in the workshop.
The end of your presentation? Thank you.
I think those are the highlights that I can review at this point, and if there are questions, I'm happy to address any.
Okay, I'll go to the board if there's any questions or comments for Director Olbrich. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair, and through the chair, thank you very, very much for this information. It is greatly appreciated. I think this is an incredibly important issue, and I spoke earlier today about the EOC and how it's a drag on our organizational capacity because we, people don't get the job done and the stress goes up, and that may be a factor with employee satisfaction and retention. I know from life experience, you can have a great work environment with very high morale in areas where the market does not allow much more than minimum wage. So, it's not always about money. And I think we have to really pay that a lot of attention, because if you just say it's money, you're probably missing a lot. And I can tell from this analysis, you're not doing that. So I'm not suggesting that's a concern. My question is a little bit specific. We have the Great Resignation, which is a function of COVID pandemic. It's bigger than our area. My question is, have you done any analysis on the what our specific trend is versus the Great Resignation trend, and how much, if any, of our trend is part of that greater trend, or is it, do you have an analysis? Because I imagine it's a combination, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Morgan?
Thank you. We do track through our statistics why individuals are leaving the organization. And so we certainly have those metrics. What we are seeing in terms of causation is variable, quite honestly. I am familiar with the Great Resignation, and that is, we are not unique, I would suggest, in that people are making different moves for different reasons. Where we are looking at those trends, we certainly have a higher than what I would expect from our historic results, that we want to curb that trend. So yeah, without knowing each individual's unique interests, it's hard to tease that out always, but we certainly do see this trend.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to the CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Morgan is being reticent. She's done a lot of work, and we do track performance indicators are important for us. And one of hers is how many recruitments she does every year. And in 2021, over 50 recruitments in the regional district. Now, the majority of those were term positions where their term was ending. But we did have, she mentioned about succession and employees always aspiring to move up within their areas of expertise. We did have some of that, but we also did have 16 resignations. And in my experience, that is high for us. And Director Olbrich was right. This is not a local problem. This is national. There's just more mobility. There's more opportunity to move in the marketplace, and certainly we're experiencing that, but other municipalities and local governments are as well. But yes, we did have a significant turnover in 2021, and it's so divisive when you lose somebody in an organization. You always hope that you can recruit and enhance the organization when somebody new comes in, but that is unlikely. The loss of productivity when you have a vacancy in been a very busy organization. The loss of knowledge, especially with longer term employees. We have, as those board members that were here during the Auditor General for local government did our water systems, we have a lot of longer term employees with a lot of our information in their head. We haven't done that good of a job recording our procedures. In fact, even where some of our lines are located, but our guys know that. So when you lose somebody with that sort of experience, it's terribly intrusive into the organization, and you just can't recover it. Yes, it will take time to recruit, and it probably cost you more money, and you lose that knowledge and history of the organization. Just the cost of onboarding and orienting new employees is getting more and more expensive these days. The uncertainty is probably the worst part. You just don't know what you're going to get. There are some hard to recruit positions out there right now that everybody's recruiting for, and it is difficult. Not only are the recruitments extended, sometimes you have to go out 2 or 3 times before you can get qualified applicants. And even then, you're likely, as you know, and I'm not going to call us a training organization because somebody objected to that last time, but you do get employees that are coming in without the level of certification you're looking for, and they have to train up. And they do, good people, usually with the right attitude, but in order to get those certifications and designations, it takes time. Those are, a lot of them are self-managing professions, and they have their own requirements in order for people to be able to do certain jobs. So all of that stuff that we take into account is why it registers so high when we do our risk analysis. And it's not only the vacancy that you get in a position when somebody leaves, it's everybody they work with. So if there's a vacancy, those left behind have to fill in, and it creates uncertainty for them too, because we know that the organizational climate is based on who's in the work unit or who's leading the work unit at the time. It can change the culture of a work unit overnight if you don't get the right fit when you're hiring. And that's why so many organizations now place more value on attitude than perhaps on competencies. You can train people up for competencies. You can't always train them up on attitude and teamwork. So it's a problem. That's why I turned it over to Ms. Morgan. But we need to address it just like every other organization. So that's why we're spending so much time on it.
Any other questions or comments? I had seen Director Getton's hand earlier. Now it's down. So you're okay there, Director Gettins?
I am okay. The only thing I was going to say is just pretty much what the CAO kind of summed up in a similar way, is that this is so much work, and I'm so glad that you did it. And while there's a lot to blame on COVID, because I actually think that's valid, it's a pretty impactful thing that we've all gone through. There's some really good learnings from there, you know, with this flexible work plan and where people can work, and even access to training is so different now. So just kudos to you, and thanks for taking this on. And it feels exciting to think of a local government kind of looking at these new initiatives and these new ideas so practically. So way to go.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Trainer first, and then over. Go ahead, Director Trainer.
Oh, sorry. My question is for Carmen. I'm just wondering, what does the RDOS do to prevent staff burnout during an emergency? So when staff are taken away from their regular jobs and they have to go and work in the OC, what kind of strategies do you have for helping them kind of transition into that, you know, that new position and away from their regular position? And especially like this coming summer, and probably, you know, every year going forward, we're going to have forest fires. So this is something that we're going to face probably every year. So what kind things can we do as an organization to help staff through that? And does that mean hiring more temporary staff during those emergencies? What do you think about that?
Go ahead, Ms. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a difficult aspect for sure. The burnout and the stress, the mental stress that goes along with emergencies is accentuated for staff who are trying to balance commitments to things, projects, and to ensuring those are going ahead. We feel that training is very helpful to be able to feel comfortable when they go into that event, that there's been some practice and how we're going to be doing things in that room, because things are moving quickly. It's not a normal task for people. We unfortunately have had several years of practice, and so we've developed a core and further developing a core team in there. Getting people support. We're learning so much more about mental health supports now. And I was recently on an HR conference with respect to mental health. And certainly there's some tools coming out of that, I think, that we can deploy for staff who are experiencing the intense stress that is associated with an event. In HR, we talk with staff all the time. If you can ask anyone here, my door is open and closed and open and closed with lots of conversations. So the team is always there to support. And we do have our employee and family assistance program in place as well. So we do have some tools to help with those things, but I think we're still learning really how to effectively balance that.
Any follow-up, Director Trainer?
Yeah, just quickly, I guess as a board, we just kind of need to think about moving forward, like whether it's realistic when we have these ongoing emergencies that happen, it seems like every year now, is it realistic to keep pulling staff away from their regular jobs into the EOC? I mean, maybe it is, maybe that's what we have to do, but you know, every year we're going to see projects fall through because we have to go and do these different types of jobs in the EOC. So I guess I'm wondering is maybe at some point we look at having a team of temporary staff that we can bring in during these emergencies so that we can keep functioning as an organization and getting done the work that needs to be done, as well as managing emergencies.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions, Director Olbrich? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And through the chair, I had a thought arising from the CAO's comment, and I wanted to repeat the compliment to Ms. Morgan. Since I've joined this board, I have been incredibly impressed at the high quality of good recruitment, the good people that have come in. I'd like to just focus on the positive. And I think when we have such strong, good recruitment and we're working on retention, I think the future looks pretty good. If this was a baseball team, I like it. So I'm a Jays fan. I'm glad the baseball is back. But when you're building a team, I think this is good work, and thank you so much.
Good comments. Thank you. CAO's hand is still up. Did you have something further to add, CAO?
Well, I was just going to, and Director Oberich had mentioned this previously. I was going to jump in on the EOC part. That is an obligation for local governments, as I mentioned when Mr. Weisler and Mr. Reese were giving their report previously, is that the Emergency Program Act requires local governments to have an organization and to respond when your citizens are at risk. So with a local government, it is always one of those questions as to how are you going to staff up? And what we've seen, and unfortunately for us, is that the events are extending much longer than they used to. So in 2017 and 2018, we had 7 or 8 months of continuous emergency operations center activation with the floods. And then certainly with the fires and floods, who would ever have thought that we'd be experiencing them at the times of year that we have been experiencing them. So those extended EOCs are terribly intrusive for us. And fortunately for us now, or unfortunately, we have had the opportunity to train a whole bunch of people. So within the regional district, everybody is fair ball to bring into the EOC. Some of them like it. Those that don't, we just don't, we don't make them go in. It is stressful, and it takes a certain type of person that can respond and act effectively in an emergency operations center. All of those first responders that are out across the regional district, they face the same thing. It's not just emergency operations centers, but anybody that's a first responder would know the same sort of feeling when you see an imminent disaster coming at you and knowing that you're responsible for people to get out of the way or to protect them. So, and then on top of that, there's just that ongoing grind of the day-to-day, the in-between sort of the peaks and valleys of responding in emergencies. So what do we do about that? Certainly, some of the grants that we've had, the grant that we got our Fire Smart coordinator under, Mr. Reese was a great help during the fire season in 2021 for those that extended number of fires that we had. Always handy to have that expertise in the Emergency Operations Center. But generally, over the last couple of years, we've been doing more and more training and exercising with our member municipalities. And we have had much more participation regionally into our EOC from everybody, into our EOC and from the Penticton Indian Band that have assisted in our Emergency Operations Center. It's an idiosyncrasy of EMBC. They will not pay for municipal staff to go into an emergency operations center, but they will pay for backup. If a staff person goes into an EOC, you can get an expense authorization form approved for support for the person that has left their job to go into the EOC. But oftentimes you have to hire somebody that doesn't know how to do that person's job in the first place. It just makes no sense to us, but that's the way it is. So we don't often do that. They have in the past, when you've been in an extended EOC activation, authorized a resource request where you can bring in experts at various aspects of emergency response into your EOC. But it takes time for them to get around to that. And it's much easier when there's a provincial state of emergency rather than just a local. And then, of course, everybody's looking for resource people, and it's tough to find somebody that can fit into your EOC. But really for us, it's that training and exercising that Mr. Vaisler spoke about, is that we want to get to the point where anybody within the regional district, especially if they're within one of our member municipalities, are comfortable coming into our EOC and immediately being familiar with our dashboard and our mapping and our incident response system, and they know other people so that it's comfortable when they come in. That's how we're going to address it. And then just keep trying more and more to get resource requests approved and have better technology and equipment as well. So it's an ongoing uphill battle, but we've been doing very well in my mind.
That I would offer as a suggestion there. Director Knodel had mentioned earlier about some of the fire department members training up to work in EOCs. That might be an option for us to consider as a relief for some of our regular staff, so they're not leaving their daily job quite as much, especially when we get into these longer term EOC operations. So we should keep that in mind, that there's folks that would potentially like to work in there if the opportunity arises.
Yeah, we're going to jump on that, Mr. Chair. And also, we already do use our fire departments extensively during evacuation alerts and orders in order to
Yeah.
get our messages out, as well as search and rescue, as well as anybody else we can find.
Yes.
I
I know lots of times we're looking for anybody and everybody to do these jobs. So. Director Olbrich.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair again, building on the suggestion, I just love that idea of engaging the firefighters. And as a supplemental suggestion, recruitment in the fire departments could be part of this, because if you have a complement of 25, you build that bench strength to 40. And then when you have an emergency, you have a little more capacity. And, when I spoke earlier, my third question was really an offer of support. I think our budget process, we maybe need to put a little more money into this area so that we can afford hiring maybe some staff in that department. But this idea of bringing in others on an as-needed basis and the fire department as a resource, I just think that fits together really brilliantly as an idea worth looking at. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Looking around, any further discussion on this topic or comments? I know this is going to be something that we'll continue to work at in the future, and it's an important one for us. All right, seeing none, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda for corporate services. So looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we are a little bit early in terms of when we finished here. So it looks like we're going to have a longer lunchtime than normal. I believe our regular board meeting starts at 12:45. So have a good long lunch, and we will see you then. We got 10 out of the 19, so I better give it a half a second more to wait for one or two more to show up. 6, 7, now we're at 11, so. Just going to wait a couple of seconds here for a few more directors to show we're, I think, only one over the quorum. It would be better to have a few more. So. Gives us 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. Okay, I think we will get started. A few more have shown up. So we'll call the Regional District Okanagan-Snoqualmie Board meeting to order. Just a reminder to the board, this is an opportunity to remove any items off the consent agenda if there is a desire to discuss any of those items. Last chance to remove anything off the consent agenda. Seeing nothing to be removed, I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda, please. Moved and seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That takes us to the consent agenda corporate issues. Motion to adopt? Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Development Services Consent Agenda. Motion to approve that. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That takes us down to Development Services. Item B1, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So B1 is an application to the Agricultural Land Commission in order to place fill on an agricultural parcel. It's a significant amount of fill. It's 10,000 cubic meters and it's about 3.5 feet high. It's to fill in a swale, but it was picked up by the Agricultural Land Commission enforcement officer and hence the requirement to submit an application. So we're recommending that this be forwarded to the ALC.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Director Knodel for direction on this.
So move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moving it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, I will call the question. This is a corporate vote, so all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B2, a development variance for electoral area C, CAO.
This is an application to vary the front yard from 7.5 to 2.5 meters, Mr. Chair. It has been to the board previously and was referred out to the Advisory Planning Commission and is now back from the Advisory Planning Commission with a positive recommendation. So we are recommending that that be approved.
Okay, Director Knodel.
So move the administrative recommendation.
Moving it, a seconder, thank you. Any discussion on this? Again, seeing no hands. This one is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B3, a development variance in electoral area D, CAO.
This is a front yard variance from 7.5 meters to 3.75 meters, and it is to add a carport with a suite over top. And we are recommending that this be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Generally speaking, if the proposed motion is to deny, we ask if there's the applicant wishing to speak to this, but I will go to Director Olbrich first.
Well, yes, thank you. And I'd like to make the alternate motion and speak to it. In that case, it won't be to deny.
What would the alternate motion be? Is it to?
I'm having trouble opening my attachment. Just a second. Here's the report.
Were you planning to send it to the APC or?
It's gone to the APC. APC supports the.
Okay, so you're looking
the
to
variance,
approve.
and the alternate motion, I'm assuming, is in the report, and it's that the board approved the development. So,
Yep.
so alternative number 1 is what I will move on this one.
Okay, so he's moving it to approve it. Is there a seconder for that? It's seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion?
Yeah, if
Go
I may
ahead,
speak
Director
to it,
Olbrich.
We've looked at this very closely. The APC gave it a good review, and if you look at the attachments, this is a property that's quite encumbered in the backyard with the McLean Creek and other limitations, which make it difficult for the intended improvement to be accommodated. They want to add a permitted use. It's just the front yard setback is would be encroached upon by about half the distance. But if you look at the site and the huge setback for the road, and the front yard goes way beyond the property line, the sight lines and the impact on the community is minimal. This property has a pool in the backyard in the creek. So given the nature of the improvement, the benefit to the community good with some additional room for people to live, the Advisory Planning Commission supports this. I support it. I think it's a good example of where the discretion of a variance can be properly applied. So those are the reasons why I make the alternative motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion? Double checking for hands here. Seeing none, I will call the question. This is a rural vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B4, another development variance, and this time in electoral area E, CAO.
This is a side yard variance from 4.5 meters to 1.2 meters for the construction of a detached garage, Mr. Chair, and we're recommending that that be approved.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Kazakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moving it, a seconder, thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands, call the question. Again, rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B5, official community plan amendment, area A, CAO.
This was an application for a subdivision, Mr. Chair, and before the subdivision proceeds, the board was interested in receiving an environmental assessment and a hydrogeological assessment. So the environmental assessment has been produced, but the hydrogeological assessment has not. So we're recommending that this, it's been extended a couple of times already, but we're recommending that it be extended to September 21st.
Okay, thank you. Would somebody be willing to move that for me from my area? Thank you, Director Knodel. Seconder, thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing none, I would just say the main reason for the extension, I think, is because of the winter weather and unable to complete that in a timely fashion, the assessment. So I will call the question. Seeing no other hands, rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to B6, a petition to enter the water service in electoral area E, CAO.
Yeah, we have two of these in succession, Mr. Chair. I'm going to deal with them both at once. It's the same impact for us. So both are currently zoned resource area, and Area E is in process of reviewing their official community plan. And then we're also in the process of reviewing the regional growth strategy, and we believe it would be better for those processes to be complete before we consider the addition of some additional subdivisions in Area E. And also, we're not sure about the capability of the capacity of the infrastructure in order to address those subdivisions. So we're recommending that both of these applications be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Generally, when the motion is to deny, I would ask the applicant to, if they wish to speak, but I believe the director was proposing an alternate motion on this one. Is that the case, Director Kazakovich?
Yes, thank you, Chair Pendergraft. I'd like to move an alternate recommendation that this application be referred out to the Naramata Water Advisory Committee and the Advisory Planning Commission for review and feedback. You can see in the report that it was referred out at our board meeting of September 23rd, but it didn't make it to those committees as it got pulled back for some further work to take place.
Okay, thank you. So you making that motion? I see a seconder. Thank you. Any discussion on it? Seeing no hands, I will call the question then. All rural vote. Oh, no, actually, this one is corporate vote. So all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? I don't believe I see anybody opposed, so motion carries. B7, the CAO want to say anything on this one, or it's the same as the last?
Same, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will go to Area Director Kazakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Same as the other one, these are neighboring properties, and I'd also like to refer this out to the Naramata Water Advisory Committee and the APC for review and feedback.
Okay, thank you. It's moved. A seconder. Perfect. Any discussion on this? Seeing none. Again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And I would just mention to the both in this case of the applicants, if this ever comes back to the board and a motion is to deny, you will get an opportunity to speak at that time. You're not being denied an opportunity to speak by any means. It's favorable now, the direction it's going. So just so the folks are aware. B8, official community plan amendment for electoral area D. CAO.
The Area D official community plan identifies a number of development permit areas. Most of them have identified what requires that development permit. Multifamily and industrial do not. So this official community plan amendment bylaw, Mr. Chair, is to identify the triggers for multifamily development permit and industrial. And they're both sort of form and character, although the industrial one also does talk about aquifer. So we are recommending that this amendment get first and second reading, Mr. Chair, and then be referred to the April 7th meeting of the board.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Oberick.
Thank you to the chair, and through the chair, I just want to advise the board that this is a really good piece of work. Staff identified opportunity to do things better, and this has gone to the Advisory Planning Commission. It's had good community consult and support. And when you look at the map, you can see the purple is the industrial area, the yellow is the multi-family dwelling. It's two different things in one piece of work, but the conclusion that I've come to is that I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moving it, seconding it, I assume. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands up, This is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to B9, the Okanagan Valley bylaw number 2800 I'll go to the CAO.
So this is a formalization of all those discussions the board has been having about the consolidated zoning bylaw for the Okanagan, Mr. Chair. And it does have implications for the official community plan in that there are some text references and mapping changes that will affect the official community plan. And then there is also just really some numbering issues with regards to the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw. So the main part of this is recommendation number 2, which is the consolidated zoning bylaw. But we do want to also process the OCP amendment and the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw at the same time. So we're recommending first and second reading for these 3 documents, and that come back to the board for public hearing on April 7th.
Okay, thank you. Somebody willing to move this at the moment? Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Director Olbrich?
Yes, I'd like to speak to an amendment. Those of you who recall, in January of 2019, the town center bylaw came before us, which is the town center bylaw in OK Falls. And there was a maximum density in that bylaw of 100 units per hectare, and the minimum was 40. After that, we've had the first 2 things that happened needed a variance. So staff have helped to raise that to 150 units per hectare, but in so doing, the minimum density also got bumped from 40 to 60. And so my amendment would be to keep the minimum at 40. That's the whole amendment. I've spoken with Mr. Garish. He understands. We do have a project right now in development that's 32 units that if this amendment occurred, they would need a variance because they'd be about 3 units out. At 40, they're well in compliance. So I prefer to see flexibility, so we avoid wasting staff and community money and time on variances that, you know, we got better things to do. So my amendment is to leave it at 40, and if I could propose that amendment to the motion.
Okay, so you're making an amendment to that. Is there someone willing to second that amendment? Okay, seconded. So is there any discussion on the amendment? So this would be to keep the minimum at 40 rather than the 60 as proposed. Seeing no discussion on that, I'll call the question on the amendment. And I'm assuming that this would be still a rural vote. Am I correct in that, Ms. Molden?
Yes,
Don't
sorry.
hear it? Okay, thank you. I will call the question on the amendment then. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we have the motion as amended. Is there any discussion on this? I think we've been over this several times. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question on the motion as amended. Again, rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B10, a petition to enter the service area in electoral area H, CAO.
This is a proposal to offer fire prevention services to 14 properties along the Princeton Summerland Road by the Princeton Fire Department, Mr. Chair. So it's our recommendation that we give this extension of the service area 3 readings.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Director Coyne Sr.
I'd like to make an administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. It's moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I will call the question, and this one is a corporate vote. So all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B11, another official community plan and amendment, or a zoning bylaw amendment in electoral area I. CAO.
This was the subject of your public hearing this morning, Mr. Chair. So this is the early termination of a land use contract out at Twin Lakes. And we're recommending that get 3 readings. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, third time in a couple. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith.
And to the chair, I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, and I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, it's moved. A seconder, thank you. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I just wanted to share a thank you to staff. Staff did a really great job of meeting with the homeowners. They actually went on site and met with them after we had a public info meeting that there was some concern. So kudos to staff to take the time to do it right. I also had a conversation with PIB administration, and they will be writing a letter in support of the direction that staff are going with this application. And they really appreciated our consideration of making sure that we're planning for the future in that sensitive area. So I said that I would share that today on behalf of PIB.
Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion, further discussion on this one? Seeing no hands. Oh, Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you. It was just a quick question. I missed it the last time when it came up during committee. When they say that something after, like it's not in compliance, but it'll be there for moving forward, what does that grandfather clause mean? Like, does it mean that there's going to be something tied to their deeds and stuff like that when they go to sell? When it says that, because I was a little bit foggy on that and what that actually meant when I read it.
Okay, it's a good question. I'll go to the CAO for maybe clarification on that.
So if it's a non-conforming use, Mr. Chair, that just means that they aren't supposed to extend the life of the building. And that is not captured on title. That would be captured if they apply for a building permit. So in that case, they could either apply to the board for a variance or otherwise not extend the life of their building.
Okay. All right. Any further questions or comments on this? I don't believe I'm seeing any hands. I will call the question. Again, this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to Public Works. Item C1, Biosolids Acceptance Agreement, CAO.
Yeah, so currently we take the biosolids from the Okanagan Falls wastewater treatment plant into the city of Penticton wastewater treatment facility. And then they treat it and they take it up with their biosolids up to the landfill. With the construction of the solids dewatering facility at Okanagan Falls, we're now able to take the Okanagan Falls biosolids right up to the landfill without going through the wastewater treatment plant. So this then is a new agreement with the city of Penticton to recognize that new arrangement, Mr. Chair, and we're recommending that be approved.
Okay, thank you. I go to Director Obrick for direction on this as this comes from your area.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to say that's some good stuff coming out of the Okanagan Falls wastewater treatment plant. And you're all welcome. You're welcome. It's going to be useful. So I don't have it open, but if there's an administrative recommendation, I'd like to move that.
It's to approve the agreement.
I have it open now, and I will make the administrative recommendation.
Okay, a mover, seconder, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Quiet bunch this afternoon. Corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to finance, gas tax funding for a fire hall upgrade, CAO.
So the Willowbrook Fire Department wants to add a second story to their fire hall and then also do some heating and electrical upgrades. And Director Knodel is willing to authorize up to $350,000 from his Community Works program for that upgrade. And we're recommending that this bylaw be read first, second, third, and adopted, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Director Knodel.
I make the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, I don't believe. Call the question. This is corporate vote. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on finance is the purchase of a fire truck for Naramata, CAO.
Yeah, so Naramata Fire Department is budgeted to purchase a light rescue truck, and they went out for tender, and they want to award that to Skaha Ford for $90,000, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Kazakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? All pretty straightforward items. Call the question. Again, corporate vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to legislative services. Noxious Weed and Nuisance Control Service Establishment Amendment Bylaw, CAO.
We have caps in our service establishment bylaws for noxious weeds and nuisance control, and we need to increase those requisition limits to match the 2022 budget. So we are recommending that both of these bylaws are ready for adoption, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anybody willing to make that motion? Moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion on it? I don't believe I'm seeing any hands. Again, this would be a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Fees and charges, E2, CAO.
The 2022 fees and charges bylaw is ready for adoption.
Anybody willing to make that motion? Moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion on this one. We've seen this several times, so call the question. Again, corporate, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That finishes legislative services. Down to CAO reports. Mr. CAO.
Oh, nothing new for me, Mr. Chair.
Moving on to Chair's report. The only report I will say at this point in time was a few people had the opportunity to meet with MLA Rolly Russell and Minister Conroy, I believe is how it's pronounced, or didn't want to get that wrong yesterday. Rolly and her were in town discussing a few items, particularly to do with connectivity and the increase in budget to fire services. So a lot of those firefighters for the province are now full-time rather than an 8-month position. And a lot of those work will be in terms of fire mitigation. So that's a good news story for a lot of people and communities around the province. So I thought I should make sure everybody was aware of that. The only other thing I would have to mention is the CAO and myself are going down to Victoria for the Chair and CAO Forum next week for a couple of days. So unless there's some questions on that, I'll move on to board representations. The first one is the MFA. While I'm down in Victoria, I will be attending the Municipal Finance Authority. It's the day after the Chairs and CAO Forum. Nothing to report from municipal insurance. Okanagan Basin Water Board. I'll go to Director McCordoff.
Thank you very much. The third report is on page 547 of your agenda package, so you can read it there. A couple of things that were mentioned in there. The ONA has been given full voting rights they did have voting rights, but this is on budgetary things as well. And with the BC budget providing more money for the healthy watershed initiatives, that's going to help the Okanagan Basin Water Board do a source water protection toolkit, which will be available for everybody. A letter has Mr. Heyman, Minister Heyman, providing a stronger wording, asking for a stronger invasive mussel action. And that was sent out as a news release. So all of you could have got that. It was also in the Penticton Herald the other day that was mentioned. And the last thing is that International Water Day is on March the 22nd, so it's next week. But last night, there was a film that was called Come Hell, BC Underwater. It was a good one. You might have already seen it before. It was on the Fifth Estate with Mark Kelly. So that was presented again to all of the people that were watching last night. So happy International Water Day. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next would be Okanagan Film Commission, but I believe Director Gettins had to leave us, and we did get an update from John Summerland today, so we'll move on to Okanagan Regional Library. Director Monteith.
Nothing to report.
Nothing new there. Sterile insect release. Director Bush.
Thank you. I sent out the board report to all the directors. There's nothing much new, although we're getting a couple of new grower reps on the program. About it.
Okay, thank you for that. Simia, Director Knodel, anything there?
Nothing new to report.
Okay, Starling Control, Director Bush.
Same thing, nothing.
Nothing at the Fire Chiefs Liaison Committee, nor at the Indigenous Joint Council. Okanagan Smilkameen Regional Hospital District. Anything there, Director?
Nothing new at this time. Hoping to get Interior Health back here in April to talk about capital planning, like we talked about during one of our budget meetings. I would just ask the CAO, has that meeting been set up for the hospital district meeting in April, the third meeting or third week in April, or not yet?
I can't remember, Mr. Chair. They did ask that because they're on a fiscal year, they get a little busy at this time of year. So I can't remember if Mr. Goffner said April or May, but it would either be the second meeting in April or in May.
Thank you. Okay, we'll get that checked into at some point here. So I think that ends it for board representation. Director's motions. We do have still one director's motion from Director Roberts. Do you want to deal with that one? Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. The motion that I'm presenting is that I, from gas tax, are able to provide $100,000 to the KID for an electrical upgrade for the whole pumping system. Fortis has basically stated that they couldn't do one at a time. They are doing upgrades each one of the wells, but to change the system and preparing it for the, and again, I don't know the technical terms, but basically going from 450 to 600, they need to do all of them all at once. Otherwise, it would be very cost prohibitive. And again, Area G is almost solely the providing this service in regards to these pumps and well houses. So I'd like to ask for support in this motion.
Okay, so you're wanting to use gas tax funds for this?
Correct.
Okay, no problem. There's a seconder. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Or is this one you want it dealt with right now, Director Roberts?
I'd like to.
Sure. So you've made that motion. We've had notice of motion on this. It was postponed from the last meeting anyway, so you've made the motion. It has now been seconded. I see a hand, Director Knodel. You're okay? Any other discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Roberts.
And just stating, because it is, the KID in and of itself unable to gather an amount or enough grant, but I was not so concerned in regards to dealing with this particular one because it's not an operating, it's not a issue in regards to staff salaries. It's a one-stop shop where they're needing to get a particular item done. So I'm very, very supportive. So thank you for all those that support it. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question on this. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to the final thing is board members' verbal updates. Any board members have anything? Oh, some hands popping up. Director Robinson, go ahead, please.
Just wanted to wish everyone a happy St. Patrick's Day. And I think we might have been a quiet bunch because everybody's getting ready for the pub crawl here in Penticton.
Aha. Oh, good need. Thank you for that. And the reminder, I'd almost forgot it was St. Patrick's Day. Director Knodel, you have your hand up.
Yes, I'd like to make a notice of motion.
Sure.
I'll be looking to make a notice of motion to increase, to bring an item to the UBCM to increase the seniors grant, homeowners grant by $600 and also to raise the trigger, the low income trigger from 32,000 to 50,000.
Okay, we will see that at probably the next board meeting then. This is a notice of motion.
For some guidance in wording that.
Okay, perfect. Any announcements from anybody else? Did I see a hand, Director Olbrich?
Yeah, two things. One, on notice of motion, I won't be here April 7, I don't think, because it's is it LGLA? I think, Local Area Director Forum. So if I make a notice now, can it come back the next meeting?
While you're here, your meeting?
Well, I won't be here on the 7th, so if I wait until I'm back, we lose 2 meetings.
Will your alternate be here?
He will be here on the 7th.
Well, that's fine if you want it to be dealt with then. If you've given him permission to deal with it, then.
He might not agree with me.
Well, that's a risk you take.
That's right. So on the notice, I'll speak to it fast. We've had discussions with the TUP and the compliance with provincial water regulations. And in that context, again, it seems we should do a review and possible updating to best practices on the TUP vacation rental. So that would be the notice, and that's the motion. Nothing substantive is likely to occur fast. It's probably at the bottom of a very long order
list.
Paper.
Yes.
So if I make the notice now, I'll speak to my alternate. If it comes back, I'll let him speak to it, but it's pretty benign. So we'll see what he says.
Okay. Thank you for the notice of motion.
And then an update.
Go ahead.
For update, I just wanted to advise the board. Yesterday, we also had a meeting with Rolly Russell, MLA. He's the parliamentary secretary to rural development. His position is changing now. It was assigned to forest. It's now moving to economic development with Minister Calhoun. Also in attendance was Forest Minister Conroy, we've spoken about, and also MLA Anderson, the special advisor on youth to the premier. It was an excellent meeting, but I brought to their attention the situation we have in Heritage Hills and Vintage Views and Lakeshore Highland. We have private water utility, private wastewater treatment. The Ministry of Environment Enforcement has taken action, and there's an order on the RDOS Planning Department. So all of the development in that area is now stopped.
On hold.
And it might take a couple of years, according to what we're hearing from Dan Bings, who is the manager. I've spoken with the Director of Enforcement, Brady Nels. I've spoken to Rolly Russell more than once. And I presented it to him again yesterday. And we're going to have to press for some kind of help. What has happened is the operator of that wastewater treatment plant, from the beginning of its original construction, has not been in compliance. The Director of Enforcement has explained to me in February of 2020 that the reason there was no enforcement is because the prior government cut budget and they had a de facto inability to enforce. We had, as this board may recall, a significant failure in 2019 with effluent going down the mountain, down the road, down into the water supply, where the same utility owner brings water back into the community for drinking water. And of course, just down to the south of us, Gaha Estates takes water, and so on, Vassal. So this environmental concern is serious. This is why the enforcement action is being taken. But the unfortunate part is the innocent landowners are being punished. I literally have had two separate title holders call me, and they both had family members crying. And this isn't a joke. I mean, crying. They are financially stressed. There's others who've contacted me. I've spoken with Mr. Garish. He's at a loss because he has to obey the order. So we need help from the province. I'll be speaking with Brady Nels. I'll be speaking again with Rolly Russell. We do have conversations in the community. We will be taking action. I've asked the province for help on fair market valuation for a conversion, and the owner of the utility is in agreement with that process. I've spoken with members of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Infrastructure. I've been told they're striking a 3-member committee who should be able to help us with this. I've also asked for a grant option to be considered to assist with the conversion. All of this is happening, and I'll be bringing further updates in the future. But I wanted the board to be aware and to be ready, because when I bring it back, I don't know what form it's going to come in. But if we're successful, we will find a solution sooner than later. And the problem with this is, well, it's magnificent, and I get to listen to all the concerns, so I like to share them with the rest of you so you're not caught by surprise when I bring it back. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other announcements or updates from your electoral area or municipalities? Seeing no hands. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, lots of hands. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for your cooperation and attention today.
Thank you.
And happy St. Patrick's Day.
Oh my goodness.